Chapter 1910. Thank you for your support. Here's the second update. The sky was clear, and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. The rivers and mountains were magnificent and beautiful. However, at this moment, the entire magnificent sky was trembling. At first, it was subtle, but it gradually became more intense and violent. Rumbling sounds echoed throughout heaven and earth. The void trembled. Heaven and earth trembled. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the vital energy of heaven and earth flowed like the Milky Way. In an instant, the mountains and seas turned into raging waves. Under the clear sky, there was a vast and boundless land. It was a wilderness, and there were no living creatures. Perhaps the will of the world had already chosen a battlefield for Chunzong and Heavenly God Gong. When the two first met in the Tianyuan ruins, Chunzong was weak and Heavenly God Gong was powerful. However, Heavenly God Gong was at a disadvantage for the first time. The second time, they met again in the land of inheritance of Emperor Lingwu. It seemed that Chunzong had lost, but in reality, he had gained more benefits than Heavenly God Gong. The third time, they met in the king-naming pagoda. Although the two of them didn't fight directly, Chunzong defeated Heavenly God Gong in terms of ranking. The fourth time, they fought in the residence of the city lord of Taishan City. If not for the protection of the secret treasure of the Taishan Holy Palace, Heavenly God Gong might have died under Chunzong's sword. The fifth time, Heavenly God Gong obtained the inheritance of the Taishan Cave. His combat power increased tremendously, and he defeated the army of the Ghost Clan. The two of them fought with all their might. Chunzong was at a disadvantage, but he stopped because of the attack of the Ghost King. They even worked together to defeat the Ghost King. Now, this would be the sixth battle. Perhaps it would also be the last battle. Chunzong stood 10,000 meters high in the sky. No matter how strong the wind blew, he didn't move at all. Only his hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. He gave off a strange and contradictory feeling, as if he was standing still like a mountain, but also as if he could fly away with the wind at any time. Waiting. Chunzong was waiting. As soon as the Heavenly Palace God made its move, Chunzong sensed something. Heavenly God Gong was coming. This so-called feeling was actually conveyed to Chunzong by the will of the world. Of course, the Heavenly God Gong's battle with him was not dictated by the will of the realm, so there was nothing to gain from it. The battle between him and the Heavenly God Gong was going to end sooner or later. Now, the time had come. Then, let's fight. In a split second, a shapeless sword will shot out from Chunzong's body and sword into the sky. It seemed to have penetrated the sky and reached the top of the vault of heaven. Even from afar, many people could feel a vast and extremely sharp sword will traversing the heavens and the earth, suppressing the world. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to see the shape of a gigantic sword. Jiandi, the supreme Jiandi. Chunzong's eyes flickered with a bright light that was sharp to the extreme, yet incomparably smooth, without a trace of smoke or fire aura. Under the gaze of his eyes, the void seemed to be receding, allowing Chunzong to see a vast and mighty inextinguishable golden light approaching at an astonishing speed. The Heavenly God Gong. It's coming. In a split second, Chunzong's figure was reflected in the Heavenly God Gong's eyes. A brilliant golden light also appeared in Chunzong's eyes. Their eyes instantly met through the void. Shapeless battle will and sword will burst forth and collided in the void. Vaguely, there seemed to be countless ear-piercing sounds. Fine black cracks actually appeared in the void within a radius of a few meters. They meandered all over the void like a spider web. Just the collision of the wills carried by the eyes was actually able to tear apart the void, which had been strengthened by the void. What kind of power was this? Of course, whether it was the battle will cultivated by the Heavenly God Gong or the supreme sword will mastered by Chunzong, both of them possessed extremely terrifying power. They were even more terrifying after being developed and condensed time and time again. Ordinary peak demigods would not be able to withstand it at all. For example, the two ghost kings of the Ghost Forest tribe of the Purgatory Ghost Clan were no longer a match for Chunzong and the heavenly god Gong. In fact, just a gaze that was condensed with sword will and battle will was enough to crush their wills. This was the difference between them. Some differences were like a natural chasm. The collision of wills was a battle of wills. They were evenly matched. The heavenly god Gong's figure did not stop at all. He pressed forward with an unstoppable force. He suddenly raised his fist. As golden light spread out, it transformed into a layer of golden fist that covered his fist. It also seemed to be burning with raging flames. This was a simple punch. It was a punch that contained the essence of the great Tao. This punch did not seem to have changed at all. This was because all the changes were contained in this punch. It directly transformed into a punch that contained the essence of heaven and earth. Jiandi, take my punch. The heavenly god Gong's voice contained an unparalleled power. It resounded through the void and shook the void. This punch seemed to carry the mighty power of heaven and earth. This punch had an indomitable force that could cut through everything like a hot knife through butter. This punch was filled with a terrifying power that could shake heaven and earth and shatter all illusions. This was a simple punch. This was a punch that contained the essence of heaven and earth. This was a punch that could kill no one. There was no room for mercy in the destined battle. Kill, shatter, destroy. A kind of determination permeated the punch. It was tragic. Fight, fight, fight. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the battle was endless. This punch was like a meteor that tore through the void and destroyed everything. Chen Zong instantly felt that his body was being attacked. All the vital energy in the void around him was rejected and turned into a void. Moreover, a powerful and domineering power was generated and crazily pressed down on him from all directions. This punch alone made Chen Zong feel as if he was in a predicament of opposing heaven and earth. It was as if he was being rejected by heaven and earth. This was no longer a simple punch of the 9 heavens and 10 earths battle technique. Instead, it was a punch that the heavenly god Gong had developed by combining the 9 heavens and 10 earths battle technique with himself. This punch contained the astonishing battle intent and power of the 9 heavens and 10 earths battle technique. It also seemed to have the power to control the void and suppress the enemy. Those who were slightly weaker would have been directly suppressed by this punch, unable to move at all. They could only watch as the punch that was condensed with extremely terrifying power smashed towards them, and they would be blasted apart into a bloody mist. Not even their bones remained, and their souls dispersed as they completely vanished from the world. However, the heavenly god Gong's opponent was Chunzong. Jiandi Chunzong, the supreme Jiandi of the Tianyuan sacred realm. He was a destined enemy. If the heavenly god Gong couldn't even withstand a punch from him, then he wouldn't be a destined enemy and wouldn't have to worry about him so much. As the punch blasted past, the void was completely torn apart. It was as if a large sawtooth blade had directly torn the void apart in an extremely barbaric manner. That pitch-black crack exuded an extremely frightening aura. Countless astral winds and lightning roared in the depths of the crack, destroying everything. Chunzong estimated that even the ghost King Xian Lai wouldn't be able to withstand this power. In fact, even the ghost King Xian demon wouldn't be able to withstand it completely. This was an extremely terrifying power. Compared to the last time, the heavenly god Gong's battle prowess had increased many times. If the heavenly god Gong were to enter the purgatory ghost realm, no one in the ghost realm would be a match for him, except for the flaming ghost god condensed from the ghost realm's will. Of course, if the ghost King Xian demon summoned the ghost god's shadow to possess him, his battle prowess would increase by several times. Only then would he have a chance to withstand this attack. Although he's very strong, I'm not weak either. Chunzong let out a long sigh. A sharp light flashed in his eyes like the edge of a sword. Unknowingly, He had unsheathed his sword. He slashed out with his sword. It was just a casual slash. It was just a simple slash. The constant pressure of the vacuum was instantly sliced open by this slash, as if it were a thin piece of paper being torn apart. After the slash tore through the pressure of the vacuum, it seemed to have pierced through the void. In an instant it charged toward the heavenly god Gong's fist. The moment the sword touched the fist, it silently transformed into a mighty storm of wind and thunder. Its momentum was earth-shattering, as if it was earth-shattering. The soundless sword had the advantage of speed. It was extremely fast and struck as soon as it was unleashed. However, the sword with the mighty storm of wind and thunder had the advantage of strength. Its power was unparalleled, and it could destroy everything in its path. In the face of the heavenly god Gong's fist, he could only block it. Who was stronger? There was a pause. The moment the sword collided with the fist, heaven and earth, time and space all paused for a moment, as if they were frozen. It was as if they had become a painting that was branded in the void and would exist for eternity. Some people who had rushed over from afar saw it and would never forget it. In the future, there would be people who would use their imprinted memories and superb skills to turn this scene into a painting that would be passed down for eternity. It would become a supreme treasure that would be passed down in the Tianyuan sacred realm. However, that was a story for another day. The void froze for just a breath of time, and then it immediately shattered. Shattered! Shattered! Everything seemed to shatter into nothingness. An extremely powerful force immediately counterattacked, causing Chen Zong and the heavenly god Gong to tremble slightly and retreat several hundred meters. In the middle, a pitch-black hole with a radius of several hundred meters exuded an extremely terrifying power. It was as if it could destroy and devour everything. It was a crack in the void caused by the collision between the sword and the fist. However, this crack was a little too large. It had to be said that at this moment, the strength of the space in the extreme profound world was several times stronger than before. Even the two ghost kings of the ghastly forest tribe could only hope to tear a small crack in space if they went all out. However, the collision between the two of them could tear the void within a radius of several hundred meters. It was as if a black hole had been formed. It was extremely terrifying. If the spatial strength of the ultimate mystery realm had been the same as before, the crack in the void would have expanded by at least 10 or even 20 times. The larger the crack in the void, the harder it would be to heal and the greater the impact on the surroundings. An astonishing devouring power continued to devour everything in the surroundings as if it wanted to devour everything into nothingness. It was extremely terrifying. Looking at it from afar, one would feel as if one's soul was being devoured. Even one's mind, will, flesh, and everything else was being devoured. The result of being devoured was death and complete dissipation. Is this the strength of the heavenly Yuan Holy Sun and the Jiandi? In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. It was simply unimaginable and indescribable. Chen Zong could feel the extremely powerful battle strength of the heavenly god Gong from that blow. Similarly, the heavenly god Gong could also clearly feel the extreme sharpness and power contained in Chen Zong's sword. Strong enemy! Strong enemy! Strong enemy! Fighting spirit, an extremely shocking fighting spirit, shot out from the heavenly god Gong's eyes and turned into golden flames that burned the void. An extremely shocking golden light also rose from his body, surging more than 1,000 feet. Chapter 1911. Our monthly votes have increased again. Happy Cola, we are closer to the 8th place, closer. Charge, sob, 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 boom, boom, boom. Earth-shattering noises could be heard again and again. This field was the battlefield that the will of the world had chosen for Chen Zong and the heavenly god Gong. It was a boundless field with no living creatures, so Chen Zong and the heavenly god Gong could fight as they pleased. To the will of the world, The heavenly god Gong was the son of Providence, so he was very important. However, Chernzong was also very important, so it would not be biased in this battle. It was a fair and just battle. Everything depended on battle prowess and technique. Whether it was the heavenly god Gong or Chernzong, their battle prowess was monstrous, and their speed was extremely shocking. Apart from the supreme beings of the Great Sage Stage and Chernzong, no one in the entire Tianyuan sacred realm could catch a glimpse of their figures. They could not even catch a glimpse of their blurry figures. All they could see was the repeated collisions in the sky above the field. Every time they collided, countless shockwaves would explode and spread out in all directions. The shockwaves swept out in all directions, covering a radius of a few hundred meters or even a few thousand meters. It was as if stars had exploded, and terrifying rings of stars spread out. Every time they collided, the rings of stars would explode with unparalleled power, tearing the void apart layer by layer, revealing endless darkness, astral winds, and raging thunder. In one breath, rings of stars would explode in the sky above the field to the left, and in the next breath, rings of stars would explode in the sky above the field to the right. "Can you see them?" a 9-star powerful being asked in a low voice with a frown. His expression was extremely serious. "I can't see them. I can't even catch a glimpse of their shadows." The person who answered him was a 9-star powerful being. He had cultivated an eye technique that had reached a very high level. He could even catch a glimpse of someone who was more powerful than him. He was confident that he could even catch a glimpse of the Ghost Kings who had invaded before with his powerful eye technique. However, when he activated his eye technique to the extreme, he was unable to catch a glimpse of Chernzong or the heavenly god Gong. He could not catch a glimpse of them at all. What did this mean? It meant that the two of them were too fast, giving off a feeling of surpassing the limits of this world. With the recovery of the world will, the transformation of the Tianyuan sacred realm, especially the highest profundity realm, was very obvious. Therefore, many people who had good talent but lacked opportunities were able to advance by leaps and bounds. Now, there were at least 10 more 9-star experts in the profound universe than before. As time passed, this number would continue to increase, making the Tianyuan sacred region stronger and stronger. This would be of great help in fending off the invasion of the void demons. They could also better defend the Tianyuan sacred region and prevent enemies from invading. Too fast. Not only was it fast, but it also contained an extremely tyrannical power that could shatter everything. Cracks and black holes constantly appeared in the space above the vast wilderness. The smallest ones were tens of meters wide, while the largest ones were hundreds of meters wide. In the blink of an eye, dozens of black holes appeared in the void above the vast plains. Each black hole emitted an extremely terrifying aura, as if it could devour and destroy everything. Just looking at it made one's heart tremble. Rip. As the two of them collided again and again, the vast plains were also constantly torn apart. Ravines were left behind, as if giant dragons had turned over. Countless of them were broken, and it was a scene of devastation. In less than 10 breaths of time, more than half of the vast plains had been destroyed. It was like a ruin, as if it was caused by a crazy battle between tens of thousands of soldiers. How frightening! In the distance, the hearts of the people who were thousands of miles away from the vast plains were trembling crazily. Fear. All kinds of emotions constantly attacked them. The mighty sound surged, making their heads roar. They had no choice but to retreat further. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to bear it. They felt that the aura emitted from the collision was going to suppress and destroy them. Battle intent. The battle intent was boiling, burning, and becoming more and more powerful. The golden flames on the heavenly god Gong's body became more and more vigorous and blazing. He was extremely excited. He only felt that his 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique seemed to be breaking through its current level and shackles. It was going to reach a higher level and master more powerful power. Chernzong was also extremely excited. The sword intent on his body became more and more condensed. The application of the heart sword intent also became more and more condensed. Its power was also increasing step by step. There seemed to be no end. Chernzong could clearly feel the heavenly god Gong's battle strength. As the battle continued, the heavenly god Gong's battle intent continued to rise. It was a terrifying inheritance. An inheritance that was only born for battle. An opponent. A strong opponent. A battle to one's heart's content. Chernzong, I'm going to defeat you. A loud roar suddenly exploded between heaven and earth. The sound waves rolled in all directions and actually tore countless fine cracks in the void. A loud rumble shook the sky. In an instant, the golden light was vast and endless. It was as if it had turned into a golden sun hanging in the sky and illuminating the wilderness. Every ray of light released a vast and incomparably terrifying power. It was as if heaven and earth were so big that there was no place to hide. This was an ultimate move. It was a new ultimate move that the heavenly god Gong had comprehended from the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique. 9 heavens 10 earths true sun space shattering strike. This was an ultimate move that was even more powerful than the 9 heavens 10 earths space shattering ring. Earlier, the heavenly god Gong had actually already used the 9 heavens 10 earth space shattering ring, but it couldn't do anything to Chernzong. Now, naturally, he had to use an even more powerful ultimate move. Under the true sun, it enveloped everything, covered everything, and suppressed everything. There was nowhere to hide. Chernzong only felt that under the illumination of the true sun, everything was covered, forming a unique area that was a bit like a domain. And he was in that domain. Strike down. The heavenly god Gong raised the golden true sun, that was at least 100 meters in size, and suddenly threw it down. Everywhere it passed, countless cracks appeared in the void. Danger. An extremely strong sense of danger constantly attacked Chernzong's mind, causing his body to tremble slightly. Focusing his eyes, Chernzong found that the golden true sun that was 100 meters in size was actually a single entity. There seemed to be no flaw at all. No, there was a flaw. He could see it, but there was only one flaw. Moreover, that flaw was constantly changing its position and was covered by layers of airflow power. Having a flaw was equivalent to having no flaw at all. As the strike landed, the light was extremely bright and unparalleled. The sky seemed to have fallen into darkness in an instant. It was as if one couldn't see one's fingers. It was as if a black hole was swallowing everything, making the golden true sun even more dazzling and resplendent. Between heaven and earth, darkness enveloped the world. Only the golden light of the true sun existed forever, as if it had existed since ancient times. Everything would be shattered, melted, and completely turned into nothingness under the golden light of the true sun. Danger. A strong sense of danger. Chernzong was extremely certain that the most powerful ghost king in the purgatory realm, the ghost king Xian demon, would be directly turned into ashes under this attack. Although he was stronger than the ghost king Xian demon, he wasn't absolutely confident that he could block this attack. The heavenly god Gong had used all his strength in this attack. This attack would determine victory and defeat, life and death. Taking a deep breath, Chernzong's body trembled. In an instant, the power hidden in his body was also stimulated in an instant. A blood-colored flower that was larger than a washbasin condensed above his head. Flower of essence. A top-grade flower of supreme realm. Originally, his physique had become very strong because of his body refinement. Chernzong estimated that when he reached the peak, he should be able to condense a mid-grade flower of supreme realm. This was considered very impressive among the human race. The comprehension of the origin in the depths of the world, due to the perfection and optimization of the Taichu sword source technique, had drawn in the power of the origin of the world of ghosts, causing the body to undergo a deep transformation. It was a transition of life, spirit body. Moreover, he had reached the mid-grade spirit body level in an instant. Chen Zong hadn't carefully experienced the mysteries of his solid foundation and the mid-grade spirit body. However, the fierce battle with the heavenly god Gong had stimulated the potential and power of his body. Now, under the pressure of the heavenly god Gong's most powerful attack, he had naturally reached the pinnacle realm and condensed a top-grade flower of supreme realm. He had already condensed 2 of the 3 flowers. There was still the last flower of qi that hadn't been condensed. This was because Chen Zong felt that as his body transformed, the upper limit of the qi cultivation that could be accommodated had increased once again. Chen Zong's combat strength had also increased significantly in an instant. His blood and qi surged like a dragon soaring into the sky. In an instant, it transformed into an extreme blood and qi and instantly surged into the long sword of the heart sword intent. The power was highly condensed. In an instant, Chen Zong's body seemed to sway, and 4 illusions appeared around him. Sword of 3 hearts 2 minds. 5 swords were swung out, and the 5 sword lights instantly condensed into one. Its power increased explosively, and the void was directly sliced open. It was even easier than a thin piece of paper. 1 sword. Compared to the falling sun, the momentum of this sword wasn't vast at all. Instead, it was very subtle. However, the power condensed in it was unparalleled. The sword struck, the void was split open, and it hit. The extremely powerful sword strike immediately hit the falling and tumbling golden sun. In an instant, the sword light shattered. The golden sun also paused for a moment. With a point as the center, it quickly disintegrated and exploded. The golden light mixed with the endless terrifying sword qi and tore in all directions. The darkness retreated. However, an even deeper darkness appeared in an instant. That was a void fissure. 1,000 meters. In an instant, the void fissure had reached 1,000 meters in size and was still expanding. The previous void fissure was only a few hundred meters in size. Now, it had more than doubled in size and was still expanding. It didn't look like it was going to stop. 1,100 meters. 1,200 meters. 1,300 meters. 1,400 meters. 1,500 meters. When the void fissure expanded to 1,500 meters in size, it finally stopped expanding. However, the aura emanating from the void fissure at 1,500 meters in size was more than 10 times stronger than that of the previous void fissure. It was extremely terrifying. The astral winds inside seemed to be able to tear apart heaven and earth. The raging lightning inside seemed to be able to pulverize all matter and turn it into nothingness. Chen Zong and Heavenly God Gong were extremely fearful of such a huge void fissure. They hurriedly retreated. Otherwise, if they were affected by it, not only would they not be able to gain any benefits, but they would also be instantly devoured and turned into nothingness. They would die immediately. Chapter 1912. My teeth are swollen and painful. It's really uncomfortable. Devour. Devour everything. Devour everything. Layers of sand, stone, soil, and air were constantly devoured by the black hole-like spatial crack. They were torn apart and destroyed by the violent astral winds and thunder, turning into nothingness. As it devoured everything, the spatial crack kept shrinking until it finally disappeared. However, there seemed to be a faint but indelible mark left behind in the void. It had existed since time immemorial, and was 1,500 meters long. It looked even more penetrating than the other places. It was as if it had been drawn with a strange color brush. It was very magical, like a scar in the sky. In fact, after this battle, this 1,500-meter-long scar was also named the Heavenly Scar of the Void. The heavenly scar of the void not only symbolized the intense battle between the heavenly Yuan saint and the Jiandi's sword, but also the extraordinary mysterious aura that spread out. It had become a public sacred ground for comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth. Of course, this was a story for later. As for now, the battle was still ongoing. The vast wilderness had been destroyed. The sky had become even more fragile and could not bear the burden. Chernzong and the heavenly Yuan saint shot up into the sky at the same time. In just an instant, the two figures disappeared. In the sky above, the spectators raised their heads and tried their best to look. They could still see the exploding rings of stars. Every time they exploded, countless spatial ripples would appear in the void, and countless spatial cracks would appear. It was a ghastly sight. They kept going up. In the end, even if the spectators stretched their necks, they could not see any spatial crack. However, they could still hear extremely violent sounds coming from the sky. They were like rolling thunder that resounded throughout heaven and earth. That was the collision between the Jiandi and the heavenly Yuan saint. The astral wind layer. Chernzong and the heavenly Yuan saint exchanged blows. They were constantly torn apart. Countless astral winds were turned into nothingness by the terrifying impact. In an instant, the two figures were like two intersecting dragons. They broke through the astral wind layer and rushed into the heavenly fire layer. The heavenly fire layer was undoubtedly more powerful than the astral wind layer. However, it was still turned into nothingness by the collision between Chernzong and the heavenly Yuan saint. The heavenly thunder layer. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Endless attacks came crashing down, but they were all destroyed in an instant and turned into nothingness. In the next moment, Chernzong and the Tianyuan saint rushed out of the Tianyuan sacred realm and arrived at the edge of the void. It seemed to be a silent world. The collision between the two was extremely powerful and shocking. If it were in the Tianyuan sacred region, it would be earth-shattering. However, in the void of the universe, even the edge of the void was not affected. Even the shocking momentum could not spread far and soon disappeared into nothingness. It was extremely strange. However, neither Chernzong nor the heavenly god Gong paid any attention to this. Instead, they continued to battle. Fight, fight, fight. The more he fought, the more astonishing his battle intent became. The more they fought, the more concentrated Chernzong's sword intent became. Where are they? Where did he go? They should have reached the void of the universe. The 9-star expert who had cultivated a high-level ocular technique condensed his eyes and activated his ocular technique with all his might. It was as if he could see through layers of obstacles. However, his tone was not very sure. Let's go and take a look. The 9-star and 8-star experts were all tempted. Perhaps it would be dangerous, but they would be willing to die in the evening. To be able to witness the decisive battle between two of the most powerful people in the world, even if he were to die, he would be willing to do so. Moreover, it was only a little dangerous. As long as they were careful, they would not die. They might even gain something. In an instant, many figures rushed into the sky and broke through the astral wind layer, the heavenly fire layer, and the heavenly thunder layer. They also reached the edge of the void of the universe. From afar, they saw the two figures fighting fiercely. A golden ring that was a few meters in size slashed through the air. However, the void of the universe was many times stronger than the Tianyuan sacred realm. Such a powerful attack could not even cause ripples in the void. However, no one dared to ignore it. Sky-slashing ring of 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chernzong, on the other hand, brandished his sword. That strike gave off a casual and unrestrained feeling. It was like a child brandishing a tree branch without any pattern. It was very rough, but there was an extreme profoundness to it. Everyone's eyes were attracted by that sword. Their minds were also drawn in and immersed in it. Then, their expressions changed drastically. They felt as if their minds had been ruthlessly stabbed by a sword. They could not help but spit out mouthfuls of blood. Their hearts ached faintly. Sword of one mind. Not only did Heavenly God Gong's techniques become purer and more powerful, but Chunzong's sword also became sharper as it was honed. They were not targeted. They were attracted to it just by looking at it. Then, their minds were hurt. Even the 9-star experts were no exception. Don't look. Don't look at Jiandi's sword. The 9-star experts all closed their eyes. Their voices were trembling from fear. Instantly, the eyes of these 8-star and 9-star powerhouses started to wander. This was because they realized that if they focused on Jiandi's sword, their minds would be hurt. They would feel as if their minds were being torn apart. If they focused on Heavenly God Gong's fist, they would feel as if they were being crushed. However, they did not want to miss such an unprecedented battle. What should they do? They could only let their eyes wander. Instead of focusing on their attacks, they could only vaguely capture the scene of the battle. In this way, they would not miss this battle. They wanted to know the final result. Who would win? Seeing it with their own eyes was always more exciting than hearing it from others. This was not only an unprecedented battle, but also a battle that would last for generations. The fierce battle was like an oven. It removed the impurities and left the essence behind. Sword of 3 hearts 2 minds. Suddenly, there seemed to be 5 phantoms on Chunzong's body. They all swung their swords at the same time. 6 swords. The sword of 3 hearts 2 minds had reached perfection. When the 6 swords combined into one, they were even more powerful. Heavenly God Gong was caught off guard and was struck by the sword. His body was penetrated and he flew backward as if he was about to be torn apart. The terrifying sword qi exploded inside his body. The outcome of this battle was going to determine his life and death. As such, Chunzong had no intention of holding back. If he killed him, he killed him. No matter how outstanding he was, it was still the same. If he was an enemy, he would be killed. Up until now, both of them had been constantly improving. It was as if their potential was limitless. They were getting stronger. They were becoming more and more powerful. It was horrifying. They were like 2 monsters, improving endlessly. Jiandi seemed to be improving faster and had the upper hand. After injuring Heavenly God Gong, Chunzong continued to attack without hesitation. Slash. 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 Heavenly God Gong was struck again and again. His body trembled as endless sword intent invaded his body and ravaged his body. The pain caused Heavenly God Gong's face to twist as he howled in pain. However, in the next moment, the golden flames that were about to be extinguished suddenly expanded. They soared into the sky and exceeded the original 100 meters. It was as if they had broken the limit. Immediately afterward, the golden flames began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, they shrank continuously with 10 meters as the base. It was as if they were about to become substantial. Shrink. Shrink continuously. Finally, they shrank to 10 meters in size. The golden flames that were 10 meters in size didn't seem as large as the golden flames that were 100 meters in size. However, the aura they contained was several times more powerful. Their battle intent became more and more astonishing, more and more powerful, and more terrifying. With a tremor, streaks of shattered sword intent shot out from Heavenly God Gong's body. Jiandi Chunzong, I have to thank you. If it weren't for your sword, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate the 9 heavens and 10 earths battle technique to the phenomenal success stage. Heavenly God Gong was enshrouded in golden flames. His eyes were burning with golden divine flames, and his voice was as aloof as that of a heavenly god. However, there was an extremely intense battle intent that surged out and shrouded the void. Chunzong's heart couldn't help but tremble under this pressure. Even his heart sword intent seemed to be vibrating. Battle intent. What a powerful battle intent. It was a battle intent that made one tremble uncontrollably. Trembling, but also excited. Heavenly God Gong had become even more powerful. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong's heart sword intent stabilized. An even sharper sword light shot out from his eyes. It was so sharp that it seemed as if it could tear apart the void of the universe. The more determined, tenacious, and resilient one's heart became, and the stronger one's sword desire became. An extremely astonishing sword intent gushed out and became stronger bit by bit. Fight! Heavenly God Gong punched out. The battle intent fist pierced through the void. Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat, but he only had time to block with his sword. He was immediately struck and flew back several thousand meters. He felt his muscles and bones go numb. His blood was in turmoil, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Sky's severing ring of 9 heavens and 10 earths. After injuring Chen Zong with a punch, Heavenly God Gong immediately waved his hands. A 10-meter-long sky-severing ring condensed. As Heavenly God Gong closed his arms, it condensed and compressed into a 1-meter-long sky-severing ring. It was as if it was solid and made of golden divine metal. It tore through the void and attacked. This attack was even more terrifying than the 100-meter-long sky-severing ring of 9 heavens. It was extremely condensed and flawless. Power. The power of the Taichu sword essence technique, the power of the mid-level spirit body, the power of the divine flower, and all the other powers were mobilized by Chen Zong and poured into his heart sword intent. Sword of 3 hearts 2 minds. 6 sword lights converged into one. At first, it was silent. Then, it seemed as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. In an instant, the sword lights were shattered by the sky-severing ring. The sky-severing ring paused for a moment, then split into 2. Heavenly God Gong waved his hands. It seemed as if he was controlling the 2 halves of the sky-severing ring to attack Chen Zong from the left and right. Attack! In the blink of an eye, thousands of swords bloomed in the void and left countless sword scars. The thousands of swords split into 2 and attacked the 2 halves of the sky-severing ring. However, Heavenly God Gong suddenly stopped paying attention to the sky-severing ring. He raised his hands high and another golden sun condensed. This sun instantly expanded to a 100-meter-long sky-severing ring and exuded boundless light and heat. However, in the next instant the sun continued to compress. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters. In the blink of an eye, it was compressed to a 10-meter-long sky-severing ring. A 10-meter-long sky-severing ring appeared above Heavenly God Gong's head. The light and heat radiating from it became even more intense. In the distance, the half-step great sage cultivators felt as if their bodies were about to be melted into nothingness. They had no choice but to retreat even further. This kind of heat wasn't just the heat of their bodies. It was also the heat of their minds. Chapter 1913. First Update Rumble. Even though it was difficult for sound to travel through the void of the universe, the sound was still very shocking. It reverberated in all directions and spread far and wide. That was an explosion. An earth-shattering explosion occurred in the void of the universe. From afar, it looked like a small star had exploded. Its power was extremely terrifying. Endless golden flames spewed out from the explosion and covered all directions within 100 meters of the void of the universe. 100 meters seemed very small, but this was the void of the universe. If it landed in the Tian Yuan sacred realm, it would be at least 5,000 meters long. A crack of at least 5,000 meters long would be created from the explosion. Palpitations, palpitations, palpitations that originated from the depths of one's soul. Extremely powerful golden flames spewed out and swept across the universe like raging waves. Wave after wave of explosions created a terrifying heat that could incinerate everything. The astonishing momentum surged endlessly, and the astonishing aura also continued to spread to an even more distant place. In a distant place, a figure that was traveling through the void of the universe seemed to have sensed something. His eyes shone with an extremely cold light as he stared at the figure. The Heavenly God Gong stood in the void. The golden flames that were 10 meters in size burned endlessly. Golden divine flames burned in his eyes as he stared ahead. He stared at the golden energy that was still exploding but was gradually shrinking. That was the power of the true yang space-shattering strike of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The attack seemed to have suppressed the void and struck Jiandi Chunzong with absolute combat power. The heavenly god Gong knew that even he would not be able to withstand such a powerful attack. It's finally over, the heavenly god Gong thought to himself. This was because he could feel that Jiandi's aura was weakening and declining as the true yang space-shattering strike slowly shrank. It was as if it had completely disappeared. A sense of relief filled the heavenly god Gong's heart. The shadow in his heart had been swept away, and the thorn in his heart had also been pulled out. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times. Now this was the 6th time. This would also be the last time. After this, there will no longer be a Jiandi in this world. There will only be me, the Sky Yuan Holy Sun. Boundless lofty sentiments grew from the depths of his heart and turned into raging waves that gushed out. From now on, he would soar into the heavens and glimpse the great saint realm. Then, he would enter the void of the universe and embark on the path of becoming stronger. Jiandi Chunzong. The heavenly god Gong stared at the shrinking golden flames, and he could sense that Jiandi's aura had completely disappeared. He couldn't help but murmur, "I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have risked my life to enter the great mystery cave, and I wouldn't have obtained the inheritance of the 9 heavens and 10 earths battle techniques. I wouldn't have been able to advance step by step, and I wouldn't have been able to break through my limits and surpass myself time and time again." The heavenly god Gong fell into a daze as he muttered to himself. At this moment, he fell into deep thought and memories. The first time, in the Tianyuan ruins, he had relied on his extraordinary strength to stop everything. However, because of his pride, he had not been willing to make a move. He had only suppressed the enemy with his force field. To his surprise, Chunzong had actually broken through the suppression of his force field and defeated him. That was the first time they had clashed. He had not lost, but he had suffered a loss. However, the heavenly god Gong had not taken Chunzong seriously at that time. After all, he was the holy son of the great mystery holy palace. His status was lofty, and his talent was unparalleled. He could be said to be the #1 person in the Tianyuan holy realm. He had suffered a loss only because he had not made a move and had not shown his true strength. Chunzong had been lucky enough to win some face, but that was all. If they met again, he would just take care of Chunzong as easily as flicking an ant to death. The heavenly god Gong remembered very clearly that the second time they had met was when they had entered the land of inheritance of the Emperor Lingwu to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor Lingwu. At that time, the heavenly god Gong had planned to kill Chunzong. However, he had been limited by the environment at that time. Of course, it was also because Chunzong's battle prowess had become much stronger than before. He had even vaguely sensed that Chunzong was already able to contend with him. However, the heavenly god Gong had been confident that he could kill Chunzong as long as he used his full strength. However, because he had to fight for the inheritance, he could not afford any delay. In the end, he had left Chunzong on the first level. The inheritance on the first level should be the worst. He had won that battle. What the heavenly god Gong did not know was that although he seemed to have won that battle, Chunzong had gained much more than him. The third time was in the King Naming Pagoda. In the King Naming Pagoda, he had detonated the 9-colored heavenly flower and become a peerless genius. He had stunned the entire Tianyuan sacred territory. He had thought that he was the most powerful person of his generation. However, he had not expected Chunzong to break his record and reach the top. He had surpassed the Lingwu Emperor, who had originally been the first, and obtained the title of Jiandi. This time, he had directly suppressed the heavenly god Gong, which also meant that he had defeated the king-naming clone that he had left behind. He had lost in a battle of the same cultivation level. To a certain extent, that was his failure. Only then did the heavenly god Gong take Chen Zong seriously. He regarded him as a lifelong rival and a formidable opponent. After that, he worked even harder. With the resources of the Taishan Sacred Palace and his own talent, he continued to cultivate and improve. In just a few years, he had improved by leaps and bounds. In the end, he had become a cultivator who was half a step away from the great saint level. He had reached the elite 6-star level. He had surpassed his peers and surpassed the previous generation. What came with great strength was even greater self-confidence. The heavenly god Gong was certain that he would definitely be able to defeat the Jiandi Chunzong. This was because he was not inferior to Chunzong in terms of talent, birth, or background. He had worked so hard and worked so hard. However, he had not expected that although the battle in the city lord's office of Taishan City had been fierce, Chunzong had gained the upper hand in the end. If it had not been for the life-saving secret treasure that the Taishan Sacred Palace had given him, which was enough to withstand the attack of an ordinary 9-star level, he would have been killed by Chunzong's sword. He would not be where he was now. In the past, he had only felt indignant. However, after the 4th battle, he had felt humiliated. This was because the two of them had really fought head-on. They had fought with their full strength. His guards had even helped him. He had also had the protective secret treasure of the Taishan Sacred Palace with him. In the end, he had still been at a disadvantage. He had been suppressed and had almost died. How could a proud person like the heavenly god Gong endure such humiliation? It was also because of this that the heavenly god Gong had taken the unconventional path and taken the initiative to ask to enter the Taishan Cave. The Taishan Cave was known to be a place of death. Since the establishment of the Taishan Sacred Palace, dozens of peerless geniuses had entered it. Some of them were strong, some of them were weak. However, no one had come out alive. It was also because of this that the Taishan Cave was very secretive. However, in the end, the heavenly god Gong had still entered the Taishan Cave. He had almost died in the Taishan Cave. If the will of this world had not suddenly awakened, he would have died under the protection of Providence. However, he had not died in the end. Not only had he survived, but he had also obtained the inheritance of the Taishan Cave, the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique. This was an inheritance that was only born for battle. The protection of Providence, the inheritance of the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique, an even more powerful constitution. All these things had made him even more powerful. This kind of combat strength was extremely powerful. It also gave the heavenly god Gong an even more astonishing confidence. Fight, defeat, kill. It was imperative to remove the thorn in his heart and erase the shadow in his heart. The 5th battle began. In the sky, the heavenly god Gong's battle intent soared. He wantonly unleashed his power, forcing Chen Zong to retreat and suppress him time and time again. Although Chen Zong was very tenacious, the heavenly god Gong was confident that as long as the battle continued, he would definitely be able to defeat and even kill his opponent. However, that battle was not over. This was because a Purgatory Ghost King suddenly attacked. Left with no choice, the two of them could only join forces to fight the Purgatory Ghost King. However, they were also greatly exhausted and had no choice but to temporarily retreat. Realizing that he was still not strong enough, the heavenly god Gong began to cultivate in seclusion again, continuously increasing his combat strength. He only needed to wait for the next time he came out of seclusion to truly defeat Jiandi Chunzong. After experiencing the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost Race Army, he had killed tens of thousands of soldiers with his own strength. He had even defeated a Ghost King. His battle intent had been further tempered. The 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique had been further refined, and his combat strength had been further enhanced. He continued to cultivate in seclusion. He felt that he could improve, and so could Jiandi. This was not an opponent that he could underestimate. He had to master even more power in order to defeat, and kill Jiandi in a direct confrontation. Now, his improvement had already reached an extreme. The 6th battle. This was also the last battle. Sure enough, Jiandi lived up to his reputation as a Jiandi. His sword intent was astonishing to the extreme, and his sword techniques were peerlessly sharp and terrifying. The battle intent condensed by his 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique would become more and more powerful as he continued to battle. However, Jiandi's potential seemed to be limitless. It was also constantly increasing and strengthening. At one point, he was suppressed and repeatedly struck by Jiandi's sword. He was severely injured. However, at the most critical moment, he ushered in a breakthrough and mastered the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique. His battle intent was compressed and condensed, and his combat strength increased by several times. Only then was he able to suppress Chunzong and use his most powerful 9 heavens 10 earths true yang space-shattering strike to strike Chunzong. Memories flowed like flowing water. They were as clear as a picture scroll flashing through his mind. Looking at the compressed golden flames, the heavenly god Gong suddenly let out a long sigh. With this sigh, he sighed out the darkness in his heart and also sighed out the joy of defeating and killing the Sword Emperor. Perhaps he would never be able to find an opponent like Jiandi in the future. Even if more powerful opponents appeared in the future, none of them could compare to Jiandi. His enmity and killing intent were all reduced to nothingness at this moment. All of the conflicts in the past seemed to be nothing more than illusions and bubbles, disappearing into nothingness. Thank you, Jiandi Chunzong. From now on, it will be difficult to find someone like you, an opponent like you, who can leave such an unforgettable impression on me. The heavenly god Gong clasped his hands behind his back and heaved a long sigh. Goodbye, Jiandi. I'll build a sword tomb for you and plant sword bamboos all over it. When green blossoms fill the sky next year, I'll drink with you for 3 days. May your soul return to heaven and earth with no regrets. Chapter 1914. The void of the universe was dark, deep, profound, and boundless. Everyone stared at the golden flame that was gradually dying down, shrinking, and on the verge of extinguishing. Their expressions were solemn, regretful, and sorrowful, dimming and dimming under the light of the flame. The Jiandi of a generation had fallen and become extinct. From now on, there would only be legends about him in the world. That was all, and it made people sigh. However, at the same time, the heavenly Yuan Holy Sun's name would truly resound throughout the ages and reign supreme over his generation. No matter how peerless a person was, if he died, everything would be for naught. All that was left was his reputation. The golden flame had shrunk to the extreme and would be completely extinguished in the next breath. Heavenly God Gong, what kind of flowers do you like? When you die, I'll build a grave for you, plant flowers, and send you off with fine wine. Suddenly, a fleeting voice sounded in the void of the universe. It was ethereal, but also extremely forceful and sharp. It seemed to have emerged directly from the deepest part of everyone's hearts, appearing directly in their minds and souls. What? Heavenly God Gong couldn't help but tremble. The trace of disappointment on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by shock. The spectators in the distance were also extremely shocked. They all looked around to find the person who had spoken. In the end, everyone's gazes focused on the extinguished golden flame. A figure stood there. His robes were tattered and there seemed to be many places on his body that were charred black. He seemed to be in a sorry state. However, his aura was peerless and his extremely sharp sword intent soared into the sky. Not only did it wash away his sorry state, but it also gave him an indescribable and peerless aura. Anyone who saw him would automatically ignore his tattered robes and his seemingly sorry state. They would exclaim from the depths of their hearts, "What a peerless swordsman!" A swordsman! At this moment, Chern Zong had removed all aura, leaving only his extremely pure sword intent, which became even sharper and sharper. It was as if he had washed away all his glory. The heavenly god Gong's final attack, the 9 heavens 10 earths true yang space shattering strike, was indeed extremely powerful. Chern Zong was unable to dodge the attack and was struck directly. He had thought that he would definitely die, but due to the intensity of the battle, Chern Zong had forgotten that he was wearing the Heart Seal treasure robe. Fortunately, he had the protection of the Heart Seal treasure robe, which weakened 70% of the power. Although the remaining 30% was still extremely terrifying and unbearable for Chern Zong performed the Freedom State and the Unbreakable Golden Body at the critical moment, which further increased the defense of his body. He controlled and mobilized all of his power to resist the attack, which stimulated his body's potential. In the end, in the face of death, he had further unearthed the potential of his heart sword intent. Only then was he able to withstand the destructive might of that attack and survive. The heart sword intent was even purer. It was controlled by the heart and displayed by the sword. Chern Zong was able to further comprehend the mysteries within. The more tenacious his mind was, the more powerful his sword intent was. In the end, he unified all of his power and covered his entire body with sword intent. Finally, he blocked that extremely terrifying explosion. Although he looked a little disheveled, in reality, he had not suffered any injuries. In fact, he had even benefited greatly from this and had made a breakthrough. Just now, he had not said anything and allowed the heavenly god Gong to talk to himself because he had been on the verge of death and did not have the energy to pay attention to him. Now that he had finished his epiphany, he could not let the heavenly god Gong continue his one-man show. It was time for this battle to come to a conclusion. Victory or defeat. Life or death. Since the heavenly god Gong thought that he was dead, he wanted to build a sword tomb for him, plant sword bamboos, and drink to his heart's content for 3 days so that his name could be passed down. Then, after killing the heavenly god Gong, he would also do his best to build a tomb for him. He would bury him in it, plant some things, and send him off with fine wine. That was how it should be. Jiandi, since you're not dead, let's fight again. Disappointment, astonishment, and shock all flashed past before finally disappearing like smoke. Only his battle intent remained. The golden flames that were originally burning 10 meters tall on his body had already become gentle, as if they were about to be extinguished. However, now they were burning fiercely again, as if they were going to burn the void. That was battle intent. When battle intent became stronger, the golden flames would also become astonishingly powerful. If battle intent was restrained, the golden flames would also be restrained, and they would not be so dazzling and intense. Fight. The heavenly god Gong's power did not seem to have weakened after continuously using his most powerful technique. This was the terrifying aspect of the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique. The more he fought, the more his battle intent would be condensed. It was as if his power would never be exhausted. Of course, this did not mean that his battle intent would never be exhausted. It could only be maintained at its peak. To a certain extent, it was similar to the realm of freedom, but it was also different. That was only brought about by the cultivation method. However, the realm of freedom was a superior realm and was more comprehensive. In an instant, the heavenly god Gong attacked again. Both of his fists transformed into a storm and blasted out continuously. The golden fists covered the void and blasted toward Chern Zong from all directions. In an instant, they condensed into a fist, an ultimate fist. That huge fist was burning with golden flames, and its battle intent was unparalleled. The fist was unparalleled and could destroy everything. It was as if everything in its path would be shattered. This was only the prelude to the attack. His hands swept out, and a golden ring that was 10 meters long was condensed. It was instantly compressed to 1 meter, and its edges were as sharp as blades. As it spun, it carried an extremely terrifying sharpness that could tear through everything, as if it was tearing the void of the universe apart. 9 heavens 10 earth space slashing ring. The third attack. 9 heavens 10 earth's true sun space shattering strike. A golden sun that was 100 meters long condensed, burning and rolling continuously. It was quickly compressed to 10 meters, as if it had become solid. It was incomparably heavy, and its light illuminated everything, burning everything into nothingness. Boom! The most powerful attack was unleashed. After 3 consecutive attacks, the heavenly god gong did not stop. Therefore, such an attack was unable to truly kill Chenzong. This time, it was unlikely that it would be able to do so as well. Then, it was time for the 4th attack. It could also be said that the previous 3 consecutive attacks were a preparation for the 4th attack. The 4th attack was also when he thought that after killing Chenzong, he had removed a thorn in his heart and erased the shadow in his heart. His mind was suddenly clear, and in an instant, he had also comprehended a trace of his own path from the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique. After all, the inheritance of the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique was created by someone else. Only by thoroughly comprehending it and turning it into his own could it become his own. Defeating Chenzong was the beginning of his own path. In an instant, the golden flames became even more blazing and extremely violent. Endless golden light gushed out and shot into the sky, majestic in the void of the universe. The heavenly god Gong stretched out his hands. The 5 fingers of his right hand clenched, as if he was holding an invisible saber hilt. The 5 fingers of his left hand clasped gently, as if they were holding an invisible saber hilt. Golden light surged, flowing and colliding between his left and right hands, transforming into the shape of a saber. He unsheathed the saber. In an instant, the extremely shocking sound of a saber rang out in the void of the universe, shocking all directions. This saber was unparalleled. The golden saber was unsheathed, and golden light gushed out. The saber hilt disappeared as the saber aura pulsed. The heavenly god Gong held the saber hilt with both hands, and with extreme battle intent and sharpness, he gathered all his strength and poured it into the saber. The saber slashed out diagonally. In an instant, endless saber aura tore through the void, as if it was going to tear the void of the universe apart. However, the golden saber aura was uneven and seemed unstable. It was undeniable that it contained an extremely terrifying power. This saber attack was the most suitable martial Dao for the heavenly god Gong. Perhaps its power was not as tyrannical and violent as the 9 heavens 10 earths true yang space-shattering strike, but it was more complete. This was a saber that belonged to him. The moment this saber attack was unleashed, the heavenly god Gong felt an indescribable sense of enlightenment. From now on, he would use the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique to perfect a more suitable battle technique for himself. That would be the battle technique that belonged to him. The heavenly god Gong had a premonition that when he perfected his own battle technique and martial Dao, he would step into the great sage stage. Everything would start with this saber attack. This was the starting point of his battle technique and martial Dao, and it was also the end point of Jiandi Chenzong. Chenzong swung his sword and executed the 3 hearts sword technique to the extreme. He shattered the fist and the space-shattering ring. He also collided with the true yang space-shattering strike, which instantly dissipated. In order to thank you, I will send you off with my most powerful sword attack. Chenzong stared at the exploding golden flames in front of him. Through the golden flames, he stared at the peerless saber aura that was slashing toward him. He flicked his sword, and the sword chime was melodious and peerless. In an instant, he entered the realm of freedom. His heart domain expanded and merged with his heart sword intent. Then, it instantly transformed into the heart sword domain. 10,000 swords greeting the ancestor. 1,000 streaks of sword chi condensed in the void, refining the swords into threads. Every streak of sword chi was condensed to the extreme and exuded an extremely shocking sharpness. In an instant, 1,000 streaks of sword chi condensed toward the center. 10,000 swords returned to one. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 streaks of sword chi that were condensed to the extreme turned into a thicker streak of sword chi. It wriggled in the void like a dragon snake, and the aura it exuded was extremely terrifying. Even 9-star cultivators felt a piercing pain in their eyes when they looked at it from afar. It was as if the sword chi had pierced through their eyes and caused them to scream in pain. Some of them even closed their eyes and trembled nonstop. A trickle of blood flowed down from the corners of their eyes. In the next instant, that streak of sword chi instantly merged with the long sword formed by the heart sword intent. The long sword suddenly trembled, as if it was unable to withstand such power. This sword attack is called the Sword of Heart Refinement. Take this. Chern Zong's voice was tinged with a hint of indifference due to his realm of freedom. It was chilling. He swung his sword. He seemed to be able to clearly see the trajectory of that sword attack, but it also seemed to be an illusion. There was no sword light. That sword light seemed to have merged directly with the void. Heavenly God Gong felt a sense of horror in his heart. It was as if that sword attack had directly struck his heart and destroyed his mind and will. All of a sudden, the Heavenly God Gong's mind shuddered as an indescribable pain swept through his body. He felt as if his mind and body were being torn apart. In the next instant, the golden flames on Heavenly God Gong's body paused and gradually extinguished. The divine flames in his eyes were also extinguished. A sword mark appeared between his eyebrows and continued downward. It was as if his body had been split into two. He fell. Chapter 1915. Fall. 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 What fell was not only a figure, but also a symbol, as if a pillar of heaven had collapsed. In many people's hearts, the Tian Yuan saint was a symbol, and so was the Jiandi. No matter who died, it was a loss to the Tian Yuan sacred region, and it was worth mourning for the people of the Tian Yuan sacred region. The center of Heavenly God Gong's eyebrows split open, and blood flowed down. His eyes dimmed, and the golden flames on his body were completely extinguished. He kept falling down. Meanwhile, Chern Zong was being forced back by the Heavenly Palace God's final saber strike. The Sword of Heart Refinement was a move that Chern Zong had unleashed his potential in the face of death. He had further unearthed the potential of his heart sword will. He was not familiar with it at first, so he could only do it step by step. Once he mastered it, he would be able to do it in one go. This sword move was different from other ultimate moves. The heart refinement return to one sword slashed both the body and the heart. In other words, it first slashed the heart, causing one to feel as if they were being slashed apart. It affected the body, causing cracks to appear on the body as if it was being slashed apart. Even Heavenly God Gong could not block this move, which showed how terrifying it was. This was also a move that was difficult to block. At the very least, ordinary means would not be able to block it at all. This was because this move was like the power of the heart. It was unfathomable. Slashing out with this sword, Chern Zong had used up all of his strength, his essence, chi, spirit, and even the power of his will. He felt as if he had been sucked dry. Weakness surged out from the depths of his heart, wave after wave. Although Heavenly God Gong's move was not perfect, and its destructive power was not as strong as the vacuum space shattering strike, it was superior in that it was continuous. Unable to dodge, Chern Zong was immediately hit. Fortunately, he had the protection of the Heart Seal treasure robe, which blocked the blade light and prevented his body from being torn apart. It also weakened the power of the attack by 70%, leaving only 30%. The defensive power of the Heart Seal treasure robe was evident. Not only did it weaken the power of the attack by 70%, but as long as the Heart Seal treasure robe could not break Chenzong's body, it would be difficult for sharp weapons like swords and sabers to destroy his body. On the contrary, heavy weapons such as axes and hammers might be more effective. The remaining 30% of the attack's power was still very shocking. Chenzong could only keep retreating to reduce the force. He could not help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. In just a moment, he had retreated thousands of meters. Even under that stunning golden saber light, he was still retreating. Retreat, retreat, retreat. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong had retreated tens of thousands of meters. The power of the golden saber light was finally exhausted. Chenzong's body trembled, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Feeling waves of weakness and helplessness, he hurriedly took out a pill and consumed it. He quickly circulated the 8th layer of the primordial sword origin technique to refine it. Unfortunately, at his current cultivation level, it was difficult to find a better medicinal pill. The recovery effect was very ordinary. After all, the current Tianyuan sacred region had not fully recovered. Even if it recovered and became stronger, it would have more natural treasures. Cultivators would need to research and create better pills. However, it was better than nothing. Chenzong planned to recover some of his strength first before returning to the Tianyuan sacred region. Otherwise, the waves of weakness that were surging from his body and heart would be very uncomfortable. He circulated the primordial sword origin technique and the spirit control technique. His essence, qi, and spirit were constantly recovering, and the feeling of weakness was gradually disappearing. The spectators looked at Chenzong and flew down. They planned to catch the heavenly god Gong's corpse. No matter what, the heavenly god of the Tianyuan sacred palace was a powerful cultivator. He was a peerless genius who had made great contributions to the Tianyuan sacred region. He could not simply die like this. He should be given a grand burial so that the Tianyuan sacred region would remember him forever. Chenzong also planned to return to the Tianyuan sacred region after he had recovered some of his essence, qi, and spirit. He would personally build a great tomb for the heavenly god Gong. After a while, he had refined all of the pills. His essence, qi, and spirit had recovered a little, and the feeling of weakness had disappeared. Chenzong stared into the endless void. There was only darkness in the distance. It seemed to contain extremely deep mysteries, and it also seemed to contain extreme danger. The mysteries continued to attract Chenzong. The desire to explore them grew from the depths of his heart, and he wanted to take action. However, his rationality stopped him from doing so. It was still not possible. Although he was already very powerful, he was still somewhat lacking if he wanted to truly explore the void of the universe. At the very least, he had to break through to the illuminating God state. Only then would he be truly qualified. Now, he should return to the Tianyuan sacred region and cultivate properly. Now that the situation in the Tianyuan sacred region had stabilized, he could once again head to the eternal battle fort to further understand the mysteries of the universe. He would strive to improve himself to the peak in a shorter period of time, and then break through to the illuminating God state. The illuminating God state was the standard to truly explore the void of the universe, but it was not that easy to achieve. According to Chenzong's knowledge, there had not been a supreme saint in the Tianyuan sacred region for more than 100,000 years. It was as if there was a gap. He exhaled a long breath, but the breath turned into nothingness in the void. There was no qi of the universe or air in the void. Fortunately, cultivators at Chenzong's level could survive even without air. Otherwise, he would have suffocated to death. Withdrawing his gaze, Chenzong turned around, intending to return to the Tianyuan sacred region. The battle with heavenly god Gong was very fierce. As they fought, they could not help but fly more than 100,000 meters away from the Tianyuan sacred region. Chernzong also realized that his flying speed in the void of the universe was far slower than in the Tianyuan sacred region. He felt that there was no restriction in the void of the universe, but there was some kind of suppression. It was very strange, and it was not something he could understand at the moment. Suddenly, a pitch-black figure flashed in front of Chernzong like a stream of light. Chernzong couldn't help but focus his gaze over, and he was faintly able to capture a wisp of a figure that was swiftly approaching. At the same time, an extreme feeling of danger assaulted his face, and it shot straight into the depths of his heart while alarm rang out. The heart-sword intent gave Chernzong a stronger will, and at the same time, it made Chernzong more sensitive to danger. It seemed to be a void beast, a terrifying beast that lived in the void of the universe. It was born with a huge body and extremely powerful strength. It was very terrifying, and it was one of the sources of danger everywhere in the void of the universe. The extreme sense of danger made Chernzong realize that things were not good. His calm mind also made Chernzong realize that he had to leave as soon as possible. He had to return to the Tianyuan sacred region as soon as possible. As long as he returned to the Tianyuan sacred region, the void beast would not chase after him. The void beast would only live in the void of the universe, and would not enter the world of life. That would suppress them, and their combat power would be greatly reduced. If he was not careful, he could be besieged and killed. That was a memory that originated from the void beast's bloodline that had been passed down from generation to generation. Therefore, as long as he entered the Tianyuan sacred region, the void beast would not chase after him. Fast, 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 even faster. However, the distance of tens of thousands of meters seemed to be extremely far, especially when he had yet to fully recover his strength. However, he still had the freedom state. Under the freedom state, as long as he still had strength, he could exert it to the extreme. However, he could not maintain it for long. He hoped that he could hurry back to the Tianyuan sacred region. Chernzong's idea was beautiful, but the reality was difficult to understand. The void beast's speed was obviously faster because it had reached the spirit realm. In an instant, a black light flashed in front of Chernzong's eyes. The void beast blocked his way 10,000 meters away. Chernzong hurriedly stopped and stared at it. He almost could not maintain the freedom state. It was a pitch-black gigantic snake with a triangular head. It had a pair of pitch-black eyes, but in the center of its pupils, there was an extreme shade of scarlet, emitting a terrifying light that was extremely cold. Being stared at, Chernzong felt his entire body turn cold. The coldness gushed out from the depths of his body, almost freezing his body and soul. The giant snake was 10,000 meters long and more than 100 meters thick. Its black body was covered with scarlet lines that crisscrossed with each other. It was very complicated. Chernzong felt dizzy just by looking at it. An astonishing aura was constantly emitting from the giant snake's body. It poured out overwhelmingly. Even though the void of the universe was so vast, Chernzong could still feel it clearly. It was as heavy as an ancient black mountain, crushing him and making it difficult for him to move. It was also as if he was frozen by endless black ice. His body was stiff, and his chi and blood were stagnant. This kind of aura was too horrible. Although Chernzong had met some spirit realm experts in the eternal battle fort, they had deliberately restrained their auras. But now, the void beast did not restrain its aura. Instead, it emitted it wantonly, suppressing all directions. Chernzong saw a trace of mockery in the giant eyes of the void beast. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. The void beast not only had an extremely strong power and a huge body, but also a superior intelligence that was not inferior to that of the human clan. It was totally incomparable to the demonic beast. It could be said that the void beast itself was a powerful and high-end race. What should I do? Chernzong's mind was spinning crazily. He wanted to surpass the limit, but he could not think of a way. In the next moment, the void beast opened its bloody mouth. An astonishing suction force suddenly filled the air. It was like a whirlpool flowing backward, covering everything in front of it. Chen Zong could not resist at all. He was directly sucked into the void beast's mouth by the astonishing suction force. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong's body disappeared into the void beast's mouth. The void beast closed its mouth and swept its cold gaze across. Then, with a shake of its body and a flick of its tail, it turned into a streak of black light and flew away. In the Tianyuan sacred region, a figure kept falling. It penetrated through the heavenly lightning, heavenly fire, and astral wind. It was as if its entire body was burning. It fell head first with boundless power. In the sky above, numerous figures quickly descended and rushed towards that figure, wanting to catch him. In an instant, a golden light seemed to sweep out from the void. It wrapped around Heavenly God Gong's body and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 1916. The void of the universe was dark, deep, vast, and boundless. A giant black snake that was 10,000 meters long and covered in complicated blood-red patterns was flying through the void at lightning speed. The speed of the giant snake was extremely fast, but compared to the vast and mighty void, it was nothing. Its huge body was nothing compared to the void of the universe. Tiny. Even if the giant snake was 10 times bigger, it would still be like a speck of dust compared to the void of the universe. The void was like an ocean, and the giant snake was like a fish wandering freely. Its huge and cold eyes stared ahead as if they could see through everything. The battle between Chen Zong and Heavenly God Gong had caused quite a commotion, and the giant snake was not far away. It had sensed the commotion and seemed to have been attracted by it out of curiosity or something else. Unfortunately, Chen Zong had become its food. However, Chen Zong was as tiny as a speck of dust compared to the giant snake. He was not even qualified to fill the gaps between its teeth. However, void beasts were cold and indifferent by nature. They did not fear life. If they ate it, they ate it. If they killed it, they killed it. Before long, the giant snake had left the Tianyuan sacred domain far behind. Kept moving forward, and moving forward. Finally, the giant snake rested on a huge meteorite that was hundreds of thousands of meters in size. Its extremely powerful aura was gradually withdrawn, and only wisps of it spread out and covered the surroundings. Time passed slowly. In the void, time seemed to be unknowingly passing. The black airflow inside the giant snake's body was chaotic, and it kept attacking. It seemed to come from the front, the back, the left, and the right. It was completely unpredictable, but it was very terrifying and seemed to be able to destroy everything. A spot of light was flickering. The light was like a wave of clear water, and it firmly blocked the black airflow's attack. Layers of fine ripples spread out, and a figure was inside the clear light. It was Chen Zong. Chen Zong, who had been swallowed into the giant snake's stomach, was immediately attacked by an extremely powerful force. It was the power of the soul conduit realm. This kind of power was extremely terrifying. Once hit, even with the heart seal treasure robe weakening the power by 70%, the remaining 30% was enough to shatter his body in an instant. Not even his bones would be left, and his soul would be destroyed. However, there was nothing Chen Zong could do. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist, dodge, or resist. It was that he couldn't do it. There was no way to dodge or defend against it. The gap between them was just too big. It was like the gap between a drop of water and a lake. It was like the gap between a firefly and the bright moon. Death was the only outcome. However, just as the violent power was about to hit him, Chen Zong was unable to withstand the impact and fainted instantly. A token suddenly appeared and emitted a clear light that enveloped Chen Zong. Eternal Heaven and Earth Token. The power contained in the Eternal Heaven and Earth Token could resist the full power attack of an ordinary spirit realm warrior. It was a protection that the Eternal Battle Fort gave to the King Realm geniuses. Of course, it was only once. After all, the eternal battle fort couldn't afford to waste so much energy. Once was already good enough. If he encountered a spirit realm expert more than once, he would either be unlucky or be courting death. There was nothing he could do about it. Thank goodness. Chen Zong heaved a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the eternal heaven and earth token, he would have been doomed this time. He had just defeated and killed Heavenly God Gong. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed by the void beast. If it weren't for the eternal heaven and earth token, he would have died. If Heavenly God Gong was still alive and knew about this, what kind of expression would he have? Chen Zong couldn't help but shake his head. At this time, he still had the mood to think about this. He really didn't know how to describe himself. Now, he had to leave this place. Otherwise, the power of the eternal heaven and earth token wasn't endless. It couldn't be maintained for too long. Once it was used up, the result would be death. Death was inevitable. He didn't have any other trump cards. Even if the power of the eternal heaven and earth token was endless and would never be used up, he didn't want to stay here forever. It was impossible to cultivate here, let alone improve himself. Leave. He had to leave. Then, his only hope was the eternal heaven and earth token. The power contained in the eternal heaven and earth token could be activated automatically to resist the attack of the spirit ascension stage. It could also be used by himself to temporarily give him the power of the spirit ascension stage. Now, he had to use this power to break open the body of the void beast and quickly get away. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong's eyes shone with incomparably sharp light. He stretched out his left hand and clasped his 5 fingers. Immediately, he grabbed the eternal heaven and earth token. At that moment, Chen Zong immediately felt an incomparably strong power flowing from the eternal heaven and earth token through the 5 fingers of his left hand. It directly rushed to his arm and ran through his whole body. As if he had been electrocuted, Chen Zong's body suddenly trembled. The incomparably tyrannical power was like the flow of the sea, like the eruption of a volcano. In an instant, it rushed into Chen Zong's body and spread through his limbs and bones. This power was as vast as the abyss and as powerful as the gods. Chen Zong could clearly feel that compared to this power, his own power was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. If the power he possessed was like a small pond, then this power was like a huge lake. Extremely powerful energy surged wantonly within his body, surging and surging endlessly. It attacked everything and continued to spread out from his body, causing the layer of clear light to appear like the surface of a lake that had been blown by a strong wind. Waves were swept up as they rippled endlessly. This was because the power was so strong that it exceeded Chen Zong's realm, causing him to be unable to control it perfectly. Chen Zong felt that his body was about to explode. If he tried to force this power into his body, the result would be that he would really explode. Using his mind consciousness to the extreme, Chen Zong tried his best to mobilize this power. The Supreme Heart Sword essence gave Chen Zong an even more amazing grip power. There was no extra time and no extra opportunity. Only one time. Only one strike. As such, he naturally had to unleash his most powerful attack. At present, among the sword techniques that he had mastered, the weakest should be the single-minded sword intent, followed by the 3 hearts sword intent, followed by the myriad swords greeting, then the myriad swords unification, and finally the heart refining. The power of the heart refining was equivalent to combining the single-minded sword intent, the 3 hearts sword intent, the myriad swords greeting, and the myriad swords unification. It was the strongest sword. It needed to be integrated with his essence, energy, and spirit, and it needed to explode with extremely strong heart force. With a solemn expression, Chen Zong slowly raised the heart sword essence longsword. The sword could not help but tremble. Because the power was too strong, the heart sword essence seemed to be unable to bear it. If it were not for its amazing characteristics, it would have collapsed long ago. His black hair danced wildly, and his eyes were pitch black. They emitted an extremely sharp light, as if they could pierce through everything. The clear light around him became even more violent, surging like a raging tide. Chernzong shouted in a low voice, heart refining. His voice was like rolling thunder, reverberating in the black turbulence. In an instant, the power became even stronger. Unification! Chernzong shouted again. His voice was so loud that it seemed to tear the sky apart. That power was restrained in an instant, but because he could not control it completely, there were still waves. Sword! When the last word came out, the sharpness that pierced the ninth heaven was earth-shattering. The heart sword essence slashed forward in an instant. This slash was the ultimate of everything. An extremely violent sword light, like a majestic torrent or a destructive meteorite, tore apart the layers of black turbulence in an instant and blasted out with irresistible force. The darkness here was like a void, vast and boundless. This was the body of the void beast. Of course, it wasn't truly boundless, but it just looked like it. The strongest attack. Chernzong could feel the violence and sharpness of the power pouring out of this attack with the power of the spirit realm. Originally, this sword attack should have been subtle, and the power should have been extremely condensed. Unfortunately, the power of the spirit realm was too strong and ferocious, completely out of his control. Therefore, it leaked out and caused a mighty momentum, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. The power of heart refining burst out completely in an instant, shattering the turbulence and the darkness. It tore open a crack and a beam of light shone through. Without hesitation, Chernzong immediately activated the remaining power of the spirit realm, bursting out with an unparalleled speed. It was too fast, beyond his expectation and control. Fortunately, Chernzong's soul consciousness was strong, and he could barely adjust his direction, rushing towards that beam of light. In an instant, Chernzong rushed out of the light, and in front of him was darkness again. Chernzong smiled. Because this was the darkness of the void of the universe, not the darkness inside the body of the void beast. An extremely loud roar of anger mixed with pain arose. It was vigorous and ancient, overbearing and ferocious. It was the furious giant snake. Its body was broken. Although the wound was nothing to the giant snake's 10,000-meter-long body, it was still very painful. After all, it was an attack of the spirit realm. In addition, it was broken from the inside. That tiny ant had escaped, which made it even more furious. In the furious roar, the giant snake opened its mouth and spat out a beam of dark light, which was like a 10,000 zhang long waterfall with a terrifying power, smashing toward Chernzong. In front of that torrent of dark light, Chernzong looked very small. However, the power of the eternal heaven and earth token hadn't disappeared completely. Under Chernzong's control, the giant snake burst out with an unparalleled speed. In just a moment, he escaped from the torrent of dark light and flew away. The giant snake didn't want to give up, but it didn't chase after him, because the attack just now had indeed caused it a serious injury, and it needed to recover. The body of the void beast was extremely strong, and its self-healing ability was also amazing. The wound healed quickly and disappeared, but that tiny ant also disappeared in front of its eyes. However, the giant snake wouldn't give up just like that, because it could sense and capture the aura fluctuation left by Chernzong. Following this aura fluctuation, it chased after him. Chapter 1917. What should I do if the little dumpling accidentally enters the void? Will it become a vacuum-packed dumpling? If it goes to the void, will it increase its value by 100 times? The void of the universe was quiet and boundless. Under normal circumstances, it was hard to hear anything. What people could see was mostly darkness. Countless stars twinkled deep in the darkness, as if they were the eyes of the gods, which seemed to contain endless mysteries. At first glance, people would feel that it was endlessly mysterious, as if it had an indescribable magnificence that was fascinating. However, after looking at it for a long time, people would inevitably feel bored. It was like eating something delicious every day without changing its taste several times, or even more than 10 times a day. After eating it too much, people would feel bored. Finally, when they saw it or even thought about it, they would want to throw up. A clear light rippled like water, flying across the boundless dark void at an extremely fast speed. It disappeared in a blink of an eye. He didn't know how far he had flown. Suddenly, the clear light rippled like a candle flame blown by a strong wind. After 3 breaths, it suddenly extinguished. His body that was constantly rushing forward also gradually slowed down. Has the energy been used up? Chernzong held the eternal heaven and earth token in his hand, but he couldn't feel any energy being transmitted. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The feeling of the spirit realm energy filling his body was extremely strong and violent, as if he could explode at any time. However, he enjoyed it very much. Satisfied, enriched. If he could, he would like to have this kind of energy forever. However, it was a pity that he couldn't. After all, this energy didn't belong to him. It was the energy brought by an external object. It wasn't under his control and would be consumed completely. Although he had known it for a long time, when this energy disappeared, the feeling of the powerful energy filling his body also disappeared. He couldn't help but feel disappointed from his heart to his body. It was as if he had been emptied all of a sudden. It was empty and boundless. However, Chernzong's adaptability was strong, and he had almost perfect control of his body. Thus, he recovered in a flash. A faintly discernible sense of danger lingered in his heart, unable to be dispelled. Chernzong couldn't help but wear a solemn face. With a quick thought, Chernzong quickly realized the source of the sense of danger. It was the void beast, the black serpent. Other than the void behemoth black serpent, there shouldn't be any other source of danger that was so clear and locked onto him. In other words, the black snake had not given up. In fact, it was already on its way to chase after him. Run. Although this word was not very elegant, it was the truth. Right now, he was no match for the black void beast, so he could only run away. In fact, even if he had the eternal heaven and earth token, he would not be a match for the black void beast. That was because it was not a power that he had cultivated and could not be fully controlled by him. Sometimes, uncontrollable power would become a burden. The void behemoth itself was extremely powerful. If he chose to fight it, the result would be his death. Run. He didn't know east, west, north, south, up, down, left, right. The void of the universe was dark and deep. This place was so far away from the Tianyuan sacred region that it was impossible to tell where they were. Chernzong had never thought that the final battle against the heavenly god Gong would turn out like this. Everything had gone beyond his original plan. Originally, he had planned to return to the Tianyuan sacred region and send his consciousness to the eternal battle fort to cultivate. After returning to his original body, he would do his best to improve himself and strive to break through to the spirit realm as soon as possible. Although it was not so easy to break through to the spirit realm. However, only after reaching the spirit realm could one truly be qualified to explore the void of the universe. This was because only then would one have enough power to deal with the dangers in the void of the universe. For example, the void behemoth alone would suffice. For example, the black serpent's strength was extremely terrifying. An ordinary spirit realm cultivator might not be able to do anything to it. Now that he didn't know the direction or anything else, he couldn't help but feel a little lost. However, Chernzong didn't feel uneasy. Instead, he exploded with all his speed and kept moving forward. His strength had long since recovered to its original state. However, compared to the strength of the spirit realm before, his current full speed was like comparing a turtle to a rabbit. The gap was too big. However, there was no other way. If he wanted to master that kind of strength, he had to break through to the spirit realm. The sense of crisis lingering in his heart didn't disappear at all. Chenzong could only keep moving forward. He didn't know what was in front of him. After an unknown period of time, Chenzong felt a little tired because the surrounding scenery was still the same. It was pitch black and deep, with stars twinkling in the distance. He felt as if he had always been in the same place and hadn't moved at all. If one's mind wasn't strong enough, he would soon feel annoyed because of this. However, Chenzong wouldn't, because Chenzong knew clearly that he had been flying forward. However, the void of the universe was so vast that it seemed to be the same. If he was in the profound world, with his speed, he would have already crossed the profound world. However, such a distance was just a small distance in the void of the universe. It was like a drop in the ocean. Suddenly, Chenzong's eyes narrowed as he stared ahead. A huge figure was approaching at an astonishing speed, emitting an astonishing pressure. His eyes narrowed to the extreme, like pinholes, and he was extremely vigilant. After experiencing the crisis of the void behemoth, Chenzong was now more vigilant. If another void behemoth came, he would be in great danger. However, it was not a void behemoth, but an incomparably huge ship. The ship was originally sailing in the water and on the sea, but now it was sailing in the void of the universe. At first glance, Chenzong thought it was a void behemoth. This ship was 3,000 meters long, hundreds of meters wide, and hundreds of meters high. It had a black base and was engraved with many extremely complicated patterns. When it approached, the pressure it brought to Chenzong was no less than that of the black snake void behemoth. In the face of this huge ship, Chenzong was also extremely vigilant. He had already avoided it and kept a distance. The huge black ship seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas, exuding an incomparably astonishing aura as it flew past in an instant. It looked huge, but its speed was not slow at all, as if it was riding the wind and breaking the waves. Staring at the huge black ship that was rapidly moving away, Chenzong's eyes flickered a few times, and he immediately burst out at full speed, flying along the path of the huge ship. Although he was very vigilant, Chenzong also understood that this huge ship must be heading to a certain place, and he didn't know anything in the void of the universe. He couldn't tell the direction, and it was full of danger. He couldn't stay for long. In addition, the aura emitted by the void behemoth was very tyrannical, and it would have a certain deterrent effect on void behemoth. In that case, following the giant ship was the only viable option now. On the huge black ship, in a cabin with simple decorations, a young girl with a hot figure and a tender face in a light yellow dress was lying on a soft and wide bed. She supported herself with both hands, looking up at her upper body that would make the opposite sex burn with anger and the same sex jealous. She was bored to death, flipping through a sword principle notebook, but her big eyes were wandering, and she couldn't read it at all. "Stupid sister, you always force me to remember these things." The young woman tossed aside the sword-down notebook that was extremely precious in the eyes of many. She rolled her seemingly soft and boneless body and grumbled. After that, she recalled her older sister's dignified appearance, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. She hurriedly picked up the sword-down notebook, but she was still unable to read it. Bang, bang, bang! There was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" the child-faced girl asked crisply. "Second miss, it's me." A low voice came from outside the door. "There's a person following behind the heavy front ship. His cultivation hasn't reached the spirit realm. Let me see." The young girl's eyes instantly lit up as if she'd found something interesting. She hurriedly rolled down from the soft and wide bed and casually tossed the precious sword-down notebook to the side. "Uncle Rome, bring him up." The child-faced girl left the cabin and looked back from the top of the ship. She saw a small figure and said to the middle-aged man in a gray robe standing next to her, Second miss, I don't know where this person is from. The middle-aged man in a gray robe didn't move, but said slowly. Uncle Roan, didn't you say he hasn't reached the spirit realm? Since he hasn't reached the spirit realm, can he do something bad under the eyes of a spirit realm expert like you? The child-faced girl pretended to be an old man and waved her hand. Bring him up and ask him why he's following the heavy front ship. The middle-aged man in a gray robe thought it was indeed so. He was in the spirit realm. Although he was in the lowest level of the spirit realm, he was invincible to those who hadn't reached the spirit realm. They couldn't resist him at all. As long as he was here, he didn't need to worry about a warrior who hadn't reached the spirit realm. Moreover, he wasn't the only spirit realm expert on the heavy front ship. Then, he would do as the second miss said. After all, the second miss was in charge of the heavy front ship. It was the first miss idea to train the second Mississippi. The middle-aged man in a gray robe flashed and then appeared outside the heavy front ship. His speed was amazing. Chen Zong only saw a flash in front of his eyes, and then he was locked by an extremely formidable aura. That aura was extremely powerful, like an ancient mountain in the void suppressing him, which made him unable to move. Right after that, an ancient hand fell on his shoulder and gently clenched. His power seemed to have lost its dependence, and he couldn't use it. It seemed to travel through space and time at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong realized that he couldn't see the black ship anymore. Then, he realized that he was on the black ship. His heart sank a little bit, but Chen Zong didn't panic. His mind moved quickly, thinking of different things. Chapter 1918. Today is the birthday of junior brother Yunmo, the benevolent and righteous sword boy. Happy birthday to him. 6 paths. Continue to write and try to add one more update tonight. Chen Xiu came out of seclusion in the Supreme Mystery World. His aura was getting stronger, and he had reached the peak of the 5th level of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. However, it was very difficult to break through to the 6th level. The higher the level of the battle technique, the more obvious the difference between each level. I didn't expect my original body to go to the void of the universe. Standing on the top of Azura Peak, Chen Xiu had an inexplicable smile on his face, as if he was gloating. Although their souls came from the same source, their personalities were independent. Looks like I have to speed up, or I might be left behind by my original body. Chen Xiu changed the topic and said to himself. Unfortunately, it was not easy for him to reach the 6th level of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique in a short period of time. Based on his understanding and deduction, the 6th level was the peak of the demigod realm, and the 7th level was the beginning of the imminent god realm. However, based on the current situation, it was very difficult to cultivate to the 7th level in the Tianyuan sacred realm. Even the 6th level would take a long time. Chen Xiu thought of the void battleground. There was an army of void demons in the void battleground. If he killed the void demons, he could absorb the evil aura. Even without killing the void demons, the void battleground had a stronger evil aura than other places. Of course, if he absorbed all the evil aura in the Azura secret realm, he might have a chance to reach the 6th level, but it was only a chance. Regardless of whether it was possible or not, Chen Xiu could not do that. After all, this was a place for the Azura sect to train. Without the Azura secret realm, the Azura sect's development would drop by a level, which was not in line with their original intention. Then, let's go to the void battleground in the Supreme Mystery World to absorb the evil aura there and cultivate the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. He could also go deep into the battlefield and kill the void demons. On one hand, he could absorb the evil aura, and on the other hand, he could let the Nirvana evil sword devour the life force of the void demons to recover his strength. The void of the universe was dark and boundless. Somewhere far away from Tianyuan's sacred territory, a huge black ship was flying at an astonishing speed. At this speed, it would only take a few breaths of time to cross the entire profound realm. The ship looked like a heavy black sword, which was why it was named the Heavy Vanguard. There were quite a few people on the heavy edge, all of whom were cultivators. Even the weakest of them were half-step great sages or demigods. There were even some who were at the peak of the demigod level. That gray-robed middle-aged man was an expert who had surpassed the peak of the demigod realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so helpless. Now, Chernzong stayed on the heavy front for the time being. This was the order of the hot and baby-faced second Mississippi. Chernzong was very happy to stay here. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he would have to wander in the boundless void and what dangers he might encounter. Now, he could hitch a ride. No matter where he went, at least it was better than wandering aimlessly in the boundless void. Of course, Chernzong couldn't avoid being interrogated. The person being interrogated was the second Mississippi. She had a baby-faced face, but she had to put on a dignified look. Even the tone of her voice was deliberately dignified, as if this would make her look more intimidating. She didn't know that it made her look even more adorable. Chernzong could tell that she was imitating someone. As for who it was, he didn't know, but it should be someone close to the second Mississippi facing the interrogation. They were actually asking about his origin and why he was on the heavy edge. Chernzong gave a half-true, half-false answer. His origin naturally referred to the Linwu star. Linwu's sacred world was the name of a world. According to some records he had read in the Eternal Battle Fort, worlds and stars were different. To some extent they were even rarer. Rarer sometimes meant more valuable. Although the Linwu sacred world wasn't much now, it was better to be careful. Therefore, to call it the Linwu star, it gave people an innate feeling that they came from a star, not a world. He had traveled the void around the Linwu planet with the seniors of his sect. In the end, he was attacked by a void beast. After a great battle, he was separated from his seniors and drifted to this place. He did not know where this place was. Half of it was true and half false. Only in this way would there be no flaws and people would believe him. The girl believed him directly, but the gray-robed middle-aged man's expression didn't change at all. It was hard to tell whether he believed him or not. But that wasn't important. He just needed to hitch a ride. He didn't want to do anything to the heavy edge. Under the second Mrs. decision, Chernzong was assigned a cabin. Although it was ordinary, it was enough for Chernzong. He was very grateful. This was a favor that he would repay one day. The heavy edge was very powerful. There was no doubt about that. It was safer with a soul conduit cultivator guarding it. Sitting down in the cabin, Chernzong finally breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of being lost in the dark and boundless void disappeared. The pressure in the depths of his heart also disappeared. He felt relieved. This time it was really very dangerous. Just a little bit more and he would have been finished. Now, he was finally safe. Heavenly God Gong, it seems that I can't build a big tomb for you now. When I return to the Tianyuan sacred realm in the future, I will find your corpse and fulfill my promise, Chernzong said to himself. Heavenly God Gong. That was a real opponent. Although it was a pity, victory and defeat had to be decided. This had been decided from the moment they met. It was unavoidable. It was like a fated meeting. Now it had come to an end. Chernzong didn't know that Heavenly God Gong was swept away by a beam of golden light after he fell. There was still a suspense about whether he was dead or not. Casting aside all distracting thoughts, Chernzong began to calm down. From comprehending the origin of the world in the depths of the world to being expelled by the will of the world, to immediately fighting a life-and-death battle with Heavenly God Gong, to being swallowed by the void beast after the battle, to using the power of the eternal heaven and earth to escape. He hadn't properly comprehended himself and observed the changes in his body. Now, he finally had time. Casting aside all distracting thoughts, he began to observe himself. What Chen Zong was interested in was the change in his physique. Based on his feeling, he should have reached the level of a middle-level spirit body. However, it was hard to say what kind of middle-level spirit body it was. Perhaps it had never appeared before. However, one thing was for sure. This middle-level spirit body was closely related to his Taichu sword origin technique. Chen Zong's divine sense sank into his body. At the same time, there was a faintly discernible will that circled around him, observing him. It was none other than the will of the middle-aged man in the gray robe. He didn't want to pry into any secret. Instead, he wanted to know if this person would act recklessly. Although he was only an ant-like existence in front of him, no matter what, he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Now, it seemed that the other party really didn't have any ideas. He was very honest. It was good that he was honest. He just needed to stay here peacefully. Using his inner vision, Chen Zong could see that the interior of his body seemed to have changed greatly compared to before. Above his sea of vital energy, there was a gray ball that was slowly rotating. Countless streams of air rolled on the surface of the ball like waves, circulating endlessly without beginning or end. Inside, clear air slowly rose while turbid air slowly sank. It was as if the world was changing. This was the secret of the 8th stage of the Taichu sword origin technique. Looking into his internal organs, he saw that they were filled with astonishing vitality. They looked extremely bright and colorful, as if they were bursting with layers of light from the inside. They turned into halos that covered the surface. Not only were they magnificent, but they also had layers of protection that could withstand the bombardment of tremendous force. His heart beat steadily and powerfully, swallowing and spitting out blood that shone with light. Every time it swallowed and spat out blood, it was as if the waters of a great river surged endlessly, containing astonishing power. This was a body that had condensed a top-grade flower of supreme realm. Its potential was astonishing. Looking at his bones, they seemed to be made of white jade. They were filled with a layer of crystalline luster that contained extremely terrifying power. It seemed to be a kind of sharpness. It was as sharp as a sword, a sharpness that seemed to be able to tear through and pierce through everything. His tendons had become even thicker and tougher. As he moved, the power that he could unleash was even more frightening and frightening. Bits of light faintly condensed into aura that slowly flowed within his tendons, bones, and muscles. This was a very unique power that didn't belong to the category of spiritual force. It was very unique and very powerful. This was the power of the physique. It was a power that belonged to a special physique. Spiritual physique. This was a symbol of the spiritual physique's power. His physique was indeed a spiritual physique. Judging from the experience of cultivating in the eternal battle fort, it had reached the level of a middle-grade spiritual physique. It was a spiritual physique that was related to the way of the sword. The 8th level of the Taichu sword energy technique was activated. Chen Zong activated the power of his spiritual physique at the same time. This was something that he could control. Whether he activated it or not depended entirely on his will. Therefore, it could be used as a trump card. As soon as he activated the power of his spiritual physique, Chen Zong immediately felt the power of his Taichu sword energy increase greatly. It directly increased by about 60%. He couldn't help but be shocked. A low-grade spiritual physique could increase one's power by 30%. A middle-grade spiritual physique could increase it by 50%. A high-grade spiritual physique could increase it by 70%. A top-grade spiritual physique could increase it by 100%. But now, his middle-grade spiritual physique could increase his power by 60%. There was only a difference of 10% between 60% and 50%. However, for an expert, a 10% increase was very obvious. The increase in power was also very significant. Many times, it was enough to turn the tides of life and death. Chen Zong couldn't help but reveal a touch of joy. If it weren't for the fact that this wasn't his territory, he would have already used his power to test it out. Without a doubt, this spiritual physique is closely related to the Taichu sword energy technique. They are of the same origin, Chenzong thought to himself. His eyes became brighter and brighter. The power of the spiritual physique can not only increase the power of cultivation techniques, but also be of the same origin as cultivation techniques. In this case, can I increase the level of the spiritual physique through cultivation techniques? If his guess was true, it would be very shocking. In the future, it wouldn't be impossible to become a high-grade spiritual physique or even a top-grade spiritual physique. The increase in power would be very obvious. Chapter 1919. I'll add one more update today. Take the girl you want. The power of the Taichu sword origin body, a middle-grade spirit body, was beyond Chenzong's imagination. It was an unexpected surprise. Once the hidden power was stimulated, it could increase the power of the Taichu sword origin by 60%, greatly increasing his strength. Cultivation techniques were the foundation, and also a very important part of one's strength. Without the power of the cultivation technique, it would be hard to exert the mysteries of many martial arts, not to mention their power. Quantity and mastery were constantly excavating the potential of the Taichu sword origin body, turning it into power. On the other side, Chenzong was also cultivating the Taichu sword origin technique. The Taichu sword origin body was transformed from the Taichu sword origin technique, and was closely related to the cultivation technique. While improving the cultivation technique, it was also improving the physique, killing two birds with one stone. While cultivating the cultivation technique and comprehending the physique, Chenzong also paid attention to the transformation after the yin and yang Tao will and the wind, fire, and thunder Tao will collided in his spirit sea. However, that transformation was not under his control and seemed to happen spontaneously. He didn't know when the transformation would end. He was looking forward to it. Perhaps it would give him a surprise when the time came. The heavy vanguard was fast, but the void was vast and boundless. Therefore, as he kept flying, he could still see the same scenery. Chenzong meditated in the cabin for a while, then walked out and went to the deck. The heavy vanguard was huge, and so was the deck. It was very spacious, surrounded by a 1-meter-tall fence, and then a layer of almost transparent film. It was the protective cover of the heavy vanguard, which had an extremely strong defensive power. It was said that it could resist the attack of the spirit realm without breaking. Standing at the edge of the deck and looking around, Chenzong withdrew his gaze and pulled out his sword. He held the sword horizontally in front of him and slowly raised it up, like an incense stick facing the sky. His expression was cold and solemn. His eyes focused as if he was gazing at the sword. As his mind focused, a sharp light bloomed in the depth of his pupils. His body straightened, his back like a sword. In a flash, his aura and the aura of the sword in his hand merged into one. It was as if what stood on the deck was not a person, but a sword, a peerlessly sharp sword. Just then, the child-faced second miss hopped out of the cabin and onto the deck. When she saw Chenzong, her eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly. Just as she was about to cry out in surprise, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands. She didn't want to make any sound, for fear of disturbing Chenzong. She looks very powerful. She doesn't seem to be inferior to Big Sister. Second Miss exclaimed in her heart. She then shook her head. No, Elder Sister is the most powerful. He definitely can't compare to Elder Sister, but he's not bad either. Although she didn't put much effort into her cultivation, her family's knowledge and talent had given her extraordinary insight. She could more or less see some mysteries. This aura, could it be that he's comparable to the first miss? In another place, the expression of the gray-robed middle-aged man, who was secretly observing the situation, changed slightly. He found it hard to believe. The first miss was the #1 genius in the family and a famous peerless talent in this star. She ranked in the top 3 or even higher. Her swordsmanship was superb, and her foundation in swordsmanship was extremely solid. But now, a person who came from an unknown remote star was actually comparable to the first Mississippi illusion. It must be an illusion. Maybe his aura was condensed, but it was not enough to compare with the first Mississippi. Chen Zong didn't seem to notice or didn't care that someone was watching. It didn't matter at all. He was sincere and upright. He waved his sword. He waved his sword. The trajectory was simple and clear. The speed of the sword was not fast at all. It could be seen clearly. A very simple swordsmanship was displayed. It seemed to be a basic swordsmanship, but it was more comprehensive than the ordinary basic swordsmanship. Chen Zong displayed it over and over again. There were dozens of styles in this swordsmanship, including all the skills of swordsmanship. It was many times more complicated than the ordinary basic swordsmanship. This was Chen Zong's accumulation of swordsmanship. The second miss felt bored as she watched. She had never been interested in cultivation. Otherwise, she wouldn't be a low-level demigod now. It's a very comprehensive basic swordsmanship, but it's too comprehensive. The middle-aged man in gray couldn't help shaking his head. Being all-round sounded good, but to the strong, being all-round often meant being mediocre. This was because every cultivator's time and energy were limited. Therefore, they would usually choose one or a few aspects to improve and become stronger. It was especially so in the spirit realm. They chose 1 or 2 aspects of each aspect to reach the spirit realm. If one wanted to be comprehensive, not only would it be many times more difficult, but it would also be impossible to make a breakthrough. You're on the wrong path. The middle-aged man in gray shook his head again. Suddenly, he had an idea. Maybe he should give some advice to Chen Zong. Then he shook his head. No need. After all, Chen Zong had nothing to do with him. Not everyone was qualified to receive advice from a spirit realm expert. Even if he was in the lowest level of the spirit realm, there was a huge gap between him and a demigod. The spirit realm. It was a higher transformation of life. It was an infinite improvement of the realm. It was a leap from the stars to the void. No matter how low the spirit realm was, it was still unattainable for practitioners in the demigod realm. This gap was insurmountable. Chen Zong didn't know the thoughts of a spirit realm expert, and he didn't care. His sword principle was firm. Since he had stepped on the path of cultivation, he had been constantly moving forward. Perhaps he had made mistakes, but he had corrected them step by step with his own ability and improved step by step. Until now, the more outstanding a genius was, the more determined he was, and the less likely he was to be influenced by the outside world. This basic sword technique had been taught to Chen Zong by his elder sister, Chen Chuyun. It had been perfected by Chen Zong's own cultivation, and it had become his own basic sword technique. It included all sword techniques, and it might not be suitable for others, but it was most suitable for himself. It was best if it was suitable for himself. After all, this was someone else's place. Therefore, Chen Zong only practiced the basic swordsmanship and didn't use any other means. It was inconvenient. After practicing the basic swordsmanship for a few times, Chen Zong returned to his cabin and continued his cultivation. Days went by like this. On this day, the second young lady named Lin Weihan carried a very exquisite-looking long sword and wanted to compete with Chen Zong in swordsmanship. Chen Zong had just finished practicing the basic swordsmanship. He was moved and agreed. "Take this!" Lin Weihan shouted. Her sword left its scabbard and turned into a cold light that pierced through the air. Chen Zong's eyes suddenly lit up. The sword that was thrusting towards Yi Shiwen seemed simple and direct. It was a straight line that pierced through the air. In the eyes of those who were not strong enough, they would have this kind of feeling. However, there was an incomparably shocking chill condensed within it. But in Chen Zong's eyes, this sword was very exquisite. The martial arts in it were very profound. It was obviously a move of a very profound swordsmanship. Of course, the swordsmanship was a good one, but when used by Lin Weiyin, it was nothing. It was sloppy and ordinary. It could only be said that Lin Weiyin didn't put much effort into the swordsmanship. She couldn't display the mysteries in it. Chen Zong didn't fight back. Instead, he moved his feet and easily avoided it. Lin Weihan immediately changed her stance. Her body followed the movement of her sword, and with a light leap, her petite body shot out with her sword. An extreme chill permeated the air, and vaguely, one could see the illusory image of snowflakes condensing around her body, sprinkling down. This time, Chen Zong didn't dodge. Instead, he attacked with his sword. It looked like one sword, but in fact there were many swords. They shattered the shadows of snowflakes and defeated the sword momentum. The sword momentum was defeated. The cold aura that Lin Weiyin gathered also dissipated in an instant. That sword couldn't be wielded. Have you seen our Lin family's cold flying snow sword? Lin Weihan held the long sword and tilted her head. Her big eyes stared at Chen Zong. They were full of curiosity and inquiry. It was as if she wanted to see through Chen Zong. No. Chen Zong silently recited the name of the swordsmanship. Then, he shook his head. Indeed, he had never seen or heard of it. However, it seemed to be a very good swordsmanship. The concept was very profound. What a pity! If only he could see the true face of the swordsmanship, how good would that be? Lin Weihan's swordsmanship wasn't enough to display the subtlety of this swordsmanship. Then how did you break my sword momentum? Lin Weihan blinked her eyes to show her dissatisfaction. Chen Zong smiled but didn't say anything. If he told the truth, it would probably hurt her. It was better not to say it. Lin Weihan pouted. She seemed to know what Chen Zong meant. Then, she put on a fierce look and said, I am very powerful. Don't underestimate me. It's just that, as she spoke, she was embarrassed to continue. After all, she neglected her cultivation. Everyone in the family knew about it. Humph, if my sister used the cold-flying snow sword, you would definitely be no match for her. Lin Weihan said fiercely. Then, she turned around and left with her sword. She didn't want to talk to Chen Zong anymore. Chen Zong didn't respond. He was thinking about the sister she mentioned. She seemed to be very powerful. He could see for himself. Coming to the void, Chen Zong was full of curiosity about all the geniuses. As time passed, Chen Zong cultivated, and cultivated. According to Lin Weihan, Chen Zong was a cultivation maniac, just like her sister. Although it was boring, Lin Weihan would sometimes look for Chen Zong to chat. This was because the people on the heavy front were all from the Lin family. They were either too familiar with each other, or there was a difference in status. It was rare to find someone who wasn't from the Lin family. He was also younger and could talk to him. Little did she know that when the young disciples of the Lin family saw this scene, their eyes were spitting fire. The second miss was much more approachable than the eldest miss. In their hearts, she was a goddess. If they could get close to her, they would be willing to die. If they could win the heart of the second miss, it would be equivalent to saving hundreds or even thousands of years of hard work. They would become important figures in the Lin family, or at least hold some power. Now, a country bumpkin from some unknown remote planet could win the favor of the second miss. Just thinking about it made them angry. Anger made people lose their minds. They would do things that went against common sense or do things that they wouldn't normally do. Chapter 1920. Do you like her sister? On the wide deck of the heavy Vanguard, hundreds of people stood around. Half of them were from the Lin family, and the other half were members of other forces who had paid a fee to use the heavy Vanguard. In the middle of the deck, there were two people standing dozens of meters apart. One was Chernzong and the other was from the Lin family. It was hard to tell his exact age. He was dressed in black and had a slender figure. He could be considered handsome. Lin Jingming put his left hand behind his back and pointed his sword at the deck with his right hand. He stood out like a crane among chickens. He was very handsome, extraordinary, and aloof. The sword shone with a cold light, reflecting the surroundings. It was a long sword at the level of a semi-divine weapon. "Brother Chen, show me your sword." Lin Jingming's lips curled into a smile. His elegant appearance made the hearts of the women of the Lin family ripple. "Young Master Jingming is really handsome. Zhua Air is extraordinary. Young Master Jingming's sword skills are superb. He can definitely teach this country bumpkin a lesson." Although the surrounding voices were very soft, under the cultivation of a demigod, he could still hear them clearly. Lin Jingming's expression did not change, as if he did not care at all. However, the corners of his eyebrows were slightly raised. It was obvious that he enjoyed it very much, and his heart was already blooming with joy. "I won't suppress you with my cultivation. I'll just compete with my sword skills." Lin Jingming's emotions rippled and he spoke again. He subconsciously thought that no matter how high the cultivation of a country bumpkin from an unknown remote star was, this country bumpkin would definitely not be able to compare with him. Maybe the second miss would be happy to teach him a lesson with his sword skills. If the second miss was happy, she might favor him. At that time, he would have a chance to marry her, and his status in the Lin family would also rise. The more he thought about it, the more Lin Jingming felt that life was wonderful. At that time, he would be able to surpass his elder brother. It was a pity that the first miss was out of his league, but the second miss was not bad. Thinking about it, Lin Jingming almost started drooling. Chernzong smiled and pulled out his heart sword intent sword. In terms of grade, it was not inferior to the semi-divine weapon long sword. It was easier to use. Without any pretense, Chernzong thrust his sword forward. The speed of the sword was neither fast nor slow. Of course, to Chernzong, this was just a very ordinary sword move. His purpose was naturally to make his opponent attack and display his swordsmanship. This was because Chernzong was excited to see other superb sword techniques in the void. Previously, although the second Miss Lin Weihan's sword technique was sloppy and ordinary, it was because she had not really put in any real effort. It was undoubtedly a good sword technique. Even though the young man before him was a little vain and boastful, judging from his posture and aura, his swordsmanship should be rather decent. He hoped that he wouldn't disappoint him. "I'll show you my Lin family's Black Frost sword technique." As Lin Jingming's voice fell, he swung his sword. First, it was a diagonal slash, then a straight stab. A wisp of black light condensed in an instant and pierced through the air. Immediately, wisps of black aura filled the air. The aura exuded an astonishing chill, as if the surrounding void had been frozen. This chill was not only aimed at the body, but also at the mind. It made Chernzong feel an indescribable chill that penetrated his soul. It was a very advanced and terrifying sword technique. However, compared to Lin Weihan's sword technique, it was still somewhat inferior. As for how much of a difference there was, Chernzong could not make an accurate judgment. After all, he was only watching others display their swordsmanship. Even so, Chernzong could tell that this was a very advanced sword technique. The black aura exuded an astonishing chill like frost. It contained an unfathomable power and mystery. It was vaguely closer to the aura of the void, and seemed to have surpassed the level of aura and power in the Tianyuan sacred region. Divine power. Chernzong immediately confirmed that the sword technique displayed by his opponent must have reached the level of a divine power. Any divine power, even if it was just a minor divine power, was very impressive and precious in the Tianyuan sacred region. Not to mention minor divine powers, even minor divine powers were very precious. Only the top forces could master one or two such divine powers. Now, the sword technique displayed by this person was very likely to be a divine power. This surprised Chen Zong. This feeling was like in the world where people bought things in units of 100. Only occasionally would there be a rich person who would spend more than 10,000 yuan. But in the void, it was the first time he saw someone who would spend more than 10,000 yuan. It gave him a sense of déjà vu. This made Chen Zong even more excited. Perhaps this time, he had accidentally entered the void. Although there were many dangers, there were also benefits. At the very least, he could meet more geniuses and see more unfathomable martial arts. With a change of mind, Chen Zong's sword was not slow at all. He gently shifted the trajectory of his sword and immediately blocked Lin Jingming's sword. Lin Jingming's sword technique was superb and he had rich combat experience. He immediately changed his move. His sword paused for a moment and then turned into a horizontal slash. A whistling sound swept up and resounded in all directions. As the sword radiance rolled, countless black cold air spread out like a black frost. It turned into a wave and swept out with the sword radiance. The shocking black cold air seemed to be able to freeze everything around it. It was as if it could freeze one's mind and soul. Such might was truly shocking to the extreme. The surrounding spectators could not help but retreat as their expressions changed greatly. A layer of fine black frost condensed on the tip of their brows and hair. A layer of black frost also quietly spread out on the deck. Amazing! Young Master Jingming has cultivated the second level of the Black Frost sword technique to a higher level. The exclamations came one after another. Chen Zong could understand the content of the exclamations, but he was not clear about it. The second level. That was to say, there was a first level and even a third level. The martial arts in the void made him look forward to it more and more. He really wanted to see the secret as soon as possible. Then, let's give him more pressure. Chen Zong thought to himself. Indeed, Lin Jingming's swordsmanship was very good and profound. The Black Frost sword technique was also very brilliant and powerful. If he was in the Tianyuan sacred region, few of his peers would be a match for him. However, in terms of swordsmanship, not to mention cultivation, there was a big gap between him and Chen Zong. There were two reasons. First, Lin Jingming had not cultivated the Black Frost sword technique to a very profound level. Second, although Lin Jingming's combat experience was good, it was still limited. It seemed that he had not experienced many life and death battles. Another sword move directly broke Lin Jingming's sword momentum. Chen Zong was looking forward to Lin Jingming displaying a more profound swordsmanship, but unfortunately, he did not. The sword move just now was the strongest swordsmanship that Lin Jingming could display without using his cultivation. Of course, in the Tianyuan sacred region, there were very few people who could compare with him in terms of swordsmanship. It was not that Lin Jingming was not strong enough, but that Chen Zong was too strong. The tip of the sword stopped in front of Lin Jingming's forehead. The sharpness of the sword made Lin Jingming's head numb and almost explode. He felt cold all over. His sword stopped in midair, as if he could not advance or retreat. "You let me win." Chen Zong put away his sword and said calmly. This was the heavy edge of the Lin family. Lin Jingming was now living under someone else's roof, so he had to be more modest, lest he embarrassed Lin Jingming. Lin Jingming's expression changed, as if he wanted to maintain his poise, but he felt very aggrieved. In the end, he was not so shrewd. He snorted coldly, flung his sleeves, and left angrily. Chen Zong did not care at all. Not long after, the onlookers also left. Chen Zong also returned to his cabin and continued to cultivate and sort out what he had learned. Very high attainments in swordsmanship, but I don't know what his cultivation is like. The middle-aged man in gray saw the whole scene and could not help but nod secretly. Lin Jingming was the second son of the first elder of the Lin family. He was very talented and could be called a genius. His attainments in swordsmanship were quite high, and his cultivation was not bad either. However, he was defeated by his opponent. Although he did not use his cultivation, he could see that Chen Zong's attainments in swordsmanship were superb. In the whole younger generation of the Lin family, there were only two people who could easily defeat Lin Jingming with swordsmanship. One was Lin Jingming's eldest brother, and the other was the first Mississippi. Could this person's attainments in swordsmanship be comparable to that of the first Miss? The middle-aged man in gray shook his head again and rejected the idea. The first Miss was so talented that this person could not compare to her. After that, Chen Zong did not encounter any more trouble. The heavy vanguard continued to fly at an amazing speed. Chen Zong stood on the deck and saw a huge shadow in front of him, like an ancient black mountain standing in the void. It was very shocking. That's the second city of Suppressing World. We're almost there. Lin Weihan, who was standing on the side, smiled happily, as if it was very boring to stay on the heavy vanguard. The second city of Suppressing World. Chen Zong whispered again. It was another place he did not know. You're from a small place, so you may not have heard of it. Lin Weihan smiled. After many times of contact, she became more familiar with Chen Zong and spoke more casually. But when Chen Zong told them about his origin, Lin Wu Star and so on, no one had heard of it. Combined with some other information, it was natural to infer that Chen Zong should be from a relatively backward star. The void was boundless, and the level of cultivation of some stars was relatively low. They had not really stepped out of the stars and entered the void. Naturally, they did not know all kinds of information in the void. Please enlighten me. Chen Zong smiled slightly. He was not arrogant just because his swordsmanship was better and he was older than Lin Weihan. Instead, he was not ashamed to ask. Well, since you're so sincere, I'll tell you. Lin Weihan said sweetly. Her voice was as clear as a wind chime, which made Chen Zong feel comfortable. It was a kind of enjoyment. Lin Weihan used her voice that was as clear and melodious as a wind chime to explain the history and uses of the second city of world suppression, as if she was very familiar with her family's treasures. Chen Zong listened and asked some questions. Although Lin Weihan was not very focused on her cultivation, she was very familiar with some of the things she had seen and heard from others. She was very familiar with some of the things she had heard before. The more he learned, the more surprised Chen Zong was. Chapter 1921. Tomorrow, the Dominator of the Six Realms will release a picture of the second city of world suppression on the public account. You can follow the public account. Dominator of the Six Realms. The boundless expanse of space was covered in darkness, and an enormous city stood towering in midair without moving. When looked at from afar, it was like an ancient divine mountain. It was lofty, powerful, ancient, and simple, and it even emanated a boundlessly powerful aura that terrified the surroundings, causing the space in that area to seem as if it had been confined, and it wasn't rippled in the slightest. Chen Zong looked at it from afar. He felt like an ant as small as a speck of dust. The second city of world suppression had a long history. Moreover, it was closely related to the demon of the void that Chen Zong was familiar with. In other words, the city of world suppression existed to suppress the demon of the void. Lin Weihan did not know much about how to suppress the demon of the void. To a certain extent, this was considered a secret. Lin Weihan was not particularly interested in it, so of course she did not know about it. Even so, everything that Lin Weihan had said had piqued Chen Zong's curiosity. The heavy front trumpet rapidly approached the huge ancient city in the void as it rapidly reduced its speed. The closer they got, the clearer Chen Zong saw it and the more shocked he was. A huge city. It was really a huge city. At first glance, one could not see its width or height. According to Lin Weihan, the second city of world suppression was more than 10,000 miles long and wide. Although its height was not as shocking, it was still more than 10 miles long. It was truly a huge city. Compared to the huge cities in the Tianyuan sacred domain, it was like comparing a small grass to a towering tree. The difference was too great. This was the first time he had seen such a huge city. It was simply unimaginable. After all, the largest city in the Tianyuan sacred domain was at most a few hundred miles long and wide. There was a huge difference between a few hundred miles and 10,000 miles. The bottom of the second city of world suppression was like a floating piece of land. The huge city was built on the land, and below it were jagged inverted cones. It was like a wide inverted mountain. In addition to the huge, ancient black city that stood in the void, there were 13 circular platforms around the city. Each platform had a diameter of 100 miles. It was quite large. The top of the circular platforms was flat, and the bottom gradually shrank to the end. The whole thing looked like a cone. Between the conical platforms and the huge city was a huge black chain that was 1,000 meters thick. It was straight, like an extremely long spear or sharp sword. Its aura was cold and gloomy, with a trace of iron blood. A huge city, 13 conical platforms, and 13 huge chains formed a scene in the void that shocked Chen Zong and left a deep impression on him. It was a shock that directly struck his heart. The heavy blade could not fly directly to the second city of world suppression. This was a rule. It could only be docked at the dock of the void. This shipyard belongs to our Lin family, Lin Weihan said to Chen Zong with a hint of flaunting. She seemed to be acting like a spoiled child, which made Lin Jingming and the others' eyes spit fire. The second miss had never been so close to them before. Now, she was so close to a country bumpkin who came from God knows where. They were envious, jealous, and hateful. Lin Jingming regretted that he had proposed to compete in swordsmanship, instead of using all of his strength. Otherwise, he would not have lost. No, he would have won. The heavy blade landed at the dock, and most of the people on it also came down. There were hundreds of them, and each of them was at least half a step into the great saint realm. A small number of them even had very strong auras. Chen Zong guessed that they had reached the peak of the demigod realm. Compared to the Tianyuan sacred region, this kind of foundation was much stronger. Whether or not one had truly stepped into the void of the universe was a sign, a dividing line between the strong and the weak. If the Lingwu sacred world had not experienced the ancient war and suffered great losses, perhaps they would have been able to explore the void by now. They would definitely be many times stronger than they were now. A small black flying boat that looked like a shuttle stopped on the chain at the edge of the dock. The hundreds of people who came down from the heavy blade boarded the small black shuttle and sat down. Lin Weihan sat next to Chen Zong. Immediately, many eyes swept over, as sharp as swords, as if to pierce through Chen Zong and cut him into pieces. Again, they were envious and jealous. Lin Weihan did not notice it at all. Perhaps it was because her mind was too pure. She did not care about it and would not think so much. Chen Zong noticed it but did not care. To him, these people were just passers-by. According to Lin Weihan's information, Chen Zong knew that there were a total of 13 forces in the Second World Suppression City. They were the branches of the 13 forces in the area guarded by the Second World Suppression City. In addition, there were dozens of forces that were less powerful than the 13 forces, and they had also set up branches in the World Suppression City. Forces that were qualified to set up branches in the World Suppression City were at least forces with Ascendant State experts. In this way, the number of Ascendant State experts in the Second World Suppression City was probably more than 100. When Chen Zong knew this, the shock in his heart was indescribable. Looking at the Lingwu sacred world, there were many Ascendant State experts only in ancient times. However, Chen Zong did not know how many there were. Today, in the Lingwu sacred world, Only the Tianyuan Sacred Realm had Ascendant State experts equivalent to Ascendant State experts. According to Chunzong's understanding, there were a total of 4 Ascendant State experts in the Xianyuan world, and they had all existed for many years. In the other 8 realms, there should be no less than 4 Ascendant State experts. In total, there should be more than 30 or even more than 40 Ascendant State experts. However, not all Ascendant State experts would stay in the Tianyuan Sacred Realm. Some had already entered the void of the universe to explore. As for why there were no Ascendant State experts in the Purgatory Ghost Clan's invasion, Chunzong guessed that it might have something to do with the will of the world. However, he did not know what the reason was, and Chunzong did not intend to explore it. Recalling what Hua Ji had said, the Ascendant State experts in the Tianyuan Sacred Realm were at most equivalent to the lowest level of the Ascendant State. They could not even be considered as a complete Ascendant State expert. Not only in terms of quantity but also in terms of quality, they could not be compared with here. It was really a place that people yearned for. In fact, Chunzong knew very little about the Ascendant State. He was not even clear about the division of the Ascendant State. This was because the Ascendant State was related to a deeper level of power. Even if it was just a cultivation realm, it also had extraordinary power. Those who did not enter the Ascendant State had no way to know. If they knew it in advance, they would be shocked. At best, they would be injured. At worst, they would never be able to reach the Ascendant State. Only those who had truly entered the Ascendant State could know everything. Now, he only knew the general name of the Ascendant State. That was all. Only knowing the name, but not the cultivation realm, made Chunzong more curious about the Ascendant State. He yearned for it. The flying shuttle was extremely fast, moving forward on the straight black chain as fast as lightning, quickly approaching the city. Chunzong felt very depressed. Because it was the first time he felt this way, he was not used to it. He only felt that all his power seemed to be suppressed in his body. The speed of his operation was several times slower than usual. Even Chunzong tried a little. As expected, he could not get his power out of his body directly. The suppression was too strong. Of course, if he tried his best, he might be able to do it. However, it was hard to say to what extent he could do. This was an all-round suppression. Not only Chunzong was suppressed, but the others were also suppressed. The degree of suppression was closely related to the individual. The higher one's realm was, the lower the suppression would be. Chunzong did not know how much time he had spent. In this place, without suitable means, it was difficult to feel the passage of time. Finally, the shuttle glided over the chain and came to the end. It was one of the 13 entrances to the city of Suppressing World No. 2. More than 100 people got off the shuttle one after another. Chunzong looked around carefully. The city of Suppressing World No. 2 was mainly black. Every brick was extremely heavy. The aura they emitted was extremely vigorous and domineering. The feeling under his feet told Chunzong that these bricks were made of an unknown material. They were extremely hard. He did not know if his heart-refining sword could break them. Every building in the city was very tall, huge, and impactful. They were solemn and cold. At first glance, one's mind and willpower would be greatly impacted. At a glance, it felt as if there was no end to this huge city. Chunzong's line of sight was heavily obstructed. Within his field of vision, the tallest building that Chunzong saw was more than 1,000 meters tall. It was like a towering mountain. According to Lin Weihan, 1,000 meters high was not the tallest building in the city. The tallest one was 3,000 meters high. It was beyond imagination. The security in the giant city was very good, because no one was allowed to fight here. Once a fight broke out, no matter who was right or wrong, they would be punished. In serious cases, they might even be killed on the spot by the city guards. If one had to fight or settle a grudge, of course, there was a place to go. Hundreds of people entering the giant city were like a handful of sand thrown into a lake. They could not make much of a splash. Not long after, the hundreds of people began to disperse. They were divided into 4 teams. Among them, the Lin family had the most people, more than 200. The other 3 teams had dozens of people each. They went in different directions to their respective forces. Chunzong naturally followed the Lin family team. He had just entered the void and was a rookie. He did not know enough. Plus, his cultivation was not high enough. He was not strong enough. It was not suitable for him to act alone. Otherwise, the risk of death would be too great. What he needed now was a temporary starting point. It would be a springboard for him to stand on in the void. It just so happened that Lin Weihan invited him to the branch of the Lin family. She also said that his swordsmanship was good. She wanted to recommend him to her sister. Maybe her sister could teach him swordsmanship. Chunzong did not refuse. He did not think that he was great. The void was vast and there were countless worlds and stars. It was not strange that there were people who were better than him. Chapter 1922. Take your first Mississippi. She will explode tomorrow. There were close to 100 forces in the city of suppressing world. Each of them had their own territory and resources. The Lin family was one of the most powerful forces among the close to 100 forces. The territory and resources that the Lin family's branch occupied were also relatively large. The Lin family's branch in the city of suppressing world was called the Flying Snow Pavilion. The current pavilion master is my sister. Lin Weihan smiled contentedly. She was so happy that she even skipped as she walked. Her happiness seemed to be able to infect the people around her. It made the solemn darkness of the city of suppressing world a little brighter. The city of suppressing world was huge. It took a lot of time for the group to walk from the entrance to the Flying Snow Pavilion. Of course, it was also because there was no emergency. Plus, it was the first time for many of the group to come to the city of suppressing world. Therefore, they walked to get used to the unique environment of the city of suppressing world. If there was an emergency, the small flying boat would contact the Flying Snow Pavilion as soon as they got off, and the Flying Snow Pavilion would send a flying car to pick them up. The suppressive force of the city of suppressing world was very strong. Chunzong got used to it bit by bit. By the time he arrived at the Flying Snow Pavilion, he was almost used to it. He was much faster than the others who came to the city of suppressing world for the first time. The Flying Snow Pavilion was also black in color, but its architecture was very unique. It looked like a huge snowflake that was floating in the air, but in fact it was in contact with the ground. It was a very sophisticated architectural technique that gave people a sense of dislocation, and it was emitting a heavy and cold aura. When the group arrived at the Flying Snow Pavilion, they immediately showed their identification to prevent others from sneaking in. As for Chunzong, he belonged to the category of others. However, with the second Miss Lin Weihan and the middle-aged man in gray robes, there was no problem. The Flying Snow Pavilion was 10 miles long and 6 to 7 miles wide. Its height was more than 1,000 meters. Its shape was like a snowflake that had been magnified countless times. It was like a fortress. Chunzong had never seen such a huge building before. There was no building of such scale in the Tianyuan sacred region. It was so shocking. Inside the Flying Snow Pavilion, there was a tall and slender figure standing on top of a man-made snow mountain that was several hundred meters tall and several thousand meters wide. She wore a tight-fitting white sword robe, which perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. She stood tall and firm even when the wind and snow blew. Whoosh, 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 the wind became more than 10 times more violent in an instant, sweeping up the endless snowflakes in the world and turning them into a violent wave of snowflakes. It was as if it wanted to engulf the almost perfect and vigorous body. The wave of snowflakes was astonishing, as if it carried the might of the heavens and the earth. It was abnormally terrifying. Under such might, that vigorous body would not be able to resist at all and would be destroyed in an instant. In an instant, the instant danger descended, a wisp of snow-white sword light suddenly erupted and flickered through the heavens and the earth. Rumble! Accompanied by the dazzling snow-white sword light, there were bursts of violent and astonishing sounds. Not only did they burst forth with astonishing momentum, but they also burst forth with astonishing power. The entire snowy mountain seemed to tremble violently, as if it was about to collapse. Sword out, mega avalanche! The power was astonishing and the scene was magnificent. In just an instant, where the sword light passed, the snowflakes that were blown by the strong wind paused for a moment, and then they were scattered. The sword light rushed forward, as if it wanted to cut through this small part of the world, and drew out a vacuum passage. It was incomparably shocking. When can I be as powerful as sister? Lin Weihan stood at the edge of the snowy mountain and stared, exclaiming, as if she was yearning for it. As long as you are willing to cultivate, you will be able to achieve it. The middle-aged man in the gray robe smiled. Forget it. Thinking about how hard it would be to cultivate, Lin Weihan's little face drooped, but then she smiled. Having sister is enough. The middle-aged man in the gray robe could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. This second miss, she was talented, but she could not bear the pain of cultivation. For any cultivator, no matter how talented they were, if they wanted to achieve a certain level of success, they could not do it without hard work. Even if your cultivation speed was as fast as lightning, from a low cultivation level to a high cultivation level in a short period of time, cultivation was cultivation, and battle strength was battle strength. Without enough battle experience, it was difficult to transform cultivation into battle strength. Since ancient times, there had been many examples of people who had cultivation talent, but did not transform it into battle strength. In the end, they were defeated and killed by people of a lower cultivation level, and built up the reputation of others. Although they hoped that the second miss could be like the first miss, and cultivate hard, but the family did not force it. After all, the Lin family was a great power, sitting on the stars with countless masters and geniuses. To a certain extent, there was not much difference between having one more second miss and one less second Mississippi. Moreover, there was the stunning first Mississippi. Let the second miss enjoy her own happiness. Uncle Rong Weihan, you are here. The tall and strong woman who had broken the snowstorm on the snowy mountain with a sword jumped down and appeared in front of the two. Her almost perfect face was calm, and her skin was as white as mutton fat jade, faintly glowing. Elder sister. Lin Weihan rushed over and hugged the tall woman. The middle-aged man in the gray robe nodded slightly. Sister, let me tell you, this time we. Lin Weihan could not hold back her words, and could not wait to tell her what had happened on the heavy vanguard. Of course, it was related to Chernzong. Lin Wei's eyes flashed, and then she looked at the middle-aged man in the gray robe. First miss, according to my secret observation, this person is most likely from a remote star, and it is his first time leaving the star to enter the void. The middle-aged man in the gray robe immediately understood the meaning in Lin Wei's eyes, and said unhurriedly, as for what he said about being separated from the sect due to encountering a giant void beast, it is 70% true. According to my overall judgment, he has no ill intentions towards us, and is not a threat. Lin Wei nodded slightly. Uncle Rong was a mighty prowess master in the family, and a reserved, low-key, but meticulous person with sharp eyes. If he said so, it meant so. Since the Lin family did not have any ill intentions or threat towards the flying snow pavilion, it did not matter how reliable his statement was. Is his swordsmanship very good? Lin Wei asked again, and the light in her eyes seemed to be brighter. Sister, his swordsmanship is very good, and I am no match for him at all, Lin Weihan answered immediately. Lin Wei smiled, and that smile disappeared in a flash, like snow melting in an instant. It was extremely stunning, but it was a pity that no one else saw it. His swordsmanship is indeed very good, and Lin Jingming is no match for him at all. The middle-aged man in the gray robe also smiled, and said unhurriedly, "In my opinion, in terms of swordsmanship, he can definitely defeat Lin Jingming with a single stroke, and among the younger generation of the Lin family, he is definitely one of the best." As for his cultivation, because Chen Zong did not fully reveal it, it could only be confirmed that he was at the demigod pinnacle level, but the difference in strength between the same demigod pinnacle level was very obvious. Lin Wei's eyes seemed to become brighter. Lin Jingming was considered a little famous in the Lin family, and his swordsmanship attainments were not bad. To be able to defeat Lin Jingming with a single stroke, this meant that his swordsmanship attainments were indeed very good. "Bring him to me," Lin Wei was very direct. "Okay." Uncle Rong nodded, and could not help but think that Miss was still the same after not seeing her for a while. She was rational, calm, and never sloppy in her actions. Soon, Chen Zong came in front of Lin Wei. Both of them sized each other up. Lin Wei's eyes were very beautiful, but also cold, like ice floating in a deep pool, as if it could freeze everything. For a moment, Chen Zong actually felt a chill in his heart. Whether it was in terms of appearance or figure, Lin Wei was one of the best among all the women he had ever seen. Her temperament was cold and unique, like a flawless snow lotus on the peak of a snowy mountain that was about to blossom in the wind. Lin Wei was also sizing up Chen Zong. At first glance, she felt that he was very ordinary, but at second glance, she could not help but take a closer look, and the more she looked, the more incredulous she felt. That pair of calm eyes, as deep as the void, seemed to be able to absorb and accommodate everything. His handsome face had a scholarly air, but also seemed to contain a trace of the sharpness of a swordsman. Vaguely, there was calmness, coldness, and fierceness coexisting. All kinds of different temperaments seemed to appear on the same person at the same time. When mixed together, not only did they not conflict with each other, but they also further enhanced his personal charm, and there was a kind of impact that came directly from the heart and soul. Looking at him, Lin Wei found that she seemed to be attracted to him, and had a desire to explore. "Sister, why do you keep staring at Chen Zong?" Lin Weihan opened her eyes wide, with a look of shock. Miss has lost her composure. Uncle Rong was also secretly surprised. It was very rare to see Miss staring at someone so attentively, especially a young man. Immediately, Lin Wei also realized that she seemed to have lost her composure. She quickly reacted, but a blush flashed across her cheeks in an instant, and disappeared in a flash. Lin Weihan did not see it, but Uncle Rong, as an expert in the immanent god realm, was more sensitive. He noticed it, and suddenly showed a look of surprise. Was he seeing things? Was he really seeing things? Could it be that he was getting old, and his eyesight was starting to get blurry? How could Miss show the shyness of a little girl, even if it was only for a moment? Since she was young, Miss had always been cold. Although she had many suitors, they had never moved her in the slightest. How could she blush like this? Illusion. It must be his own illusion. What they did not know was that Chen Zong's temperament was very restrained, as if it was hidden in the bottom of his heart, like a divine weapon concealing itself, as if it had returned to its original state. Without some special ability, it was impossible to detect. In other words, when most people saw Chen Zong, who did not make a move, they would think that he was as mediocre as they were. Only a few really outstanding people, or people with special abilities, could feel that Chen Zong was not ordinary. Chapter 1923. In the snowy mountain, two figures were crisscrossing, and two streaks of sword light swept out. One of the streaks of sword light was like white snow, exuding a shocking icy aura. It overlapped with the chill of the snowy mountain, and became even more shocking, as if it could freeze everything. With a swing of the sword light was bone-chilling and shattered in an instant, turning into countless snowflakes. It overlapped with the snowflakes falling from the sky and became indistinguishable from each other, freezing heaven and earth. In an instant, the chill came, overlapping and becoming more and more shocking and intense. Chen Zong could tell at a glance that this sword was the one that Lin Weihan had used before. It was the Heavenly Frost Flying Snow Sword. However, when it was used by Lin Weihan, the power of the sword was at least 100 times stronger. Sure enough, this was an astonishing sword technique. It was definitely at the level of a divine power. However, it was difficult to determine whether it was at the level of a minor divine power or a major divine power. The coldness was astonishing. Snowflakes drifted in the air, transforming into waves of snowflakes that swept towards Chen Zong. Amidst the lightness of the snowflakes, there was a shocking sharpness to them, capable of tearing everything apart. Chen Zong could feel countless sharpness slicing towards him as the coldness assaulted him. Chen Zong's expression was solemn. The pressure that Lin Weihan exerted on him was not inferior to that of Heavenly God Gong. Even though Lin Weihan did not unleash all of her cultivation, she displayed her true sword technique. The pressure was astonishing. Just this sword alone seemed to draw on some kind of mystery between heaven and earth. Sword of one heart and one mind. In an instant, Chen Zong struck out with his sword. It seemed like one sword was like 100 swords. In this place, the restrictions on his body were very obvious. His power could not directly pass through his body, but it could still pass through the long sword in his hand. In particular, the heart sword intent was condensed from his own body. It had an unparalleled ability to conduct his power. This was not something that those semi-divine tools could compare to. However, because he was in the city of suppressing world, he was suppressed. Even if he used his cultivation, he could not condense the flower of extreme state. Therefore, it was difficult to directly see the cultivation level of his opponent. One sword. 100 swords. Chen Zong could feel a kind of suppression and restriction from all around him. However, he would be restricted, and so would Lin Weihan. Under the single-minded sword intent, Lin Weihan's sword light, which had turned into snowflakes, was instantly destroyed. The remaining part of it swept through the surroundings, unable to do anything to Chen Zong. Take another blow from my flying snow. Lin Weihan's voice traveled through the air and into Chen Zong's ears. In an instant, the wind and snow swept over, as if there were endless snowflakes dancing in the air, sweeping over from all directions. It seemed to be similar to the drifting snow sword from before, but the sharpness contained within it was even more shocking. Moreover, it was not just from the front, but from all directions, as if there was no fixed pattern, and the speed was astonishing. The power of this sword was even more shocking. It was almost flawless. However, there were still flaws. 3 hearts, 2 intense sword. In a split second, several phantoms flashed across Chen Zong's body. The sword light instantly converged into one and shot forward. It broke a node. That was the fleeting flaw that Chen Zong had caught. There was more than one flaw, but they were all very subtle. What he could catch was only 1 point, and what he could attack was only 1 point. Because the flaws were all covered by layers of snowflakes, if the power was dispersed, it would be difficult to break through. The sword technique's intention is very high and very mysterious. Unfortunately, its level is not high enough. Uncle Rong's eyes flashed. As an illuminating god elite, he could clearly see the confrontation between the two. It's not even at the level of lesser supernatural powers. It can only be considered as one of the best among lesser supernatural powers. He was very surprised that Chen Zong could be evenly matched with Miss Lin with a sword technique that was not as good as the freezing sky flying snow sword. What kind of high attainments in sword technique did this require? Of course, supernatural powers and supernatural powers were the exclusive rights of Illuminating God elite. Only Illuminating God elites could truly exert the power of supernatural powers to the extreme. Therefore, for lesser supernatural powers and greater supernatural powers, although there were differences in power between those below the Illuminating God realm, it was not an insurmountable gap. Of course, the freezing sky flying snow sword of the Lin family was only a lesser supernatural power. Even if it was a top lesser supernatural power, it would still be very difficult to fight against a lesser supernatural power. It could only be said that Chen Zong's accumulation of sword technique, attainments, and battle experience were extremely rich. If Chen Zong did not hide anything, then his family background was indeed not high. Compared to the Lin family, it was very low, because he had not even mastered a lesser supernatural sword technique. However, with a top lesser supernatural sword technique, he was able to fight against the second level of the freezing sky flying snow sword. It was indeed very shocking. Compared to Uncle Rong, Lin Weiyin was even more shocked. She could also feel that the level of the opponent's sword technique was incomparable to her freezing sky flying snow sword. However, it could actually break the second level of her freezing sky flying snow sword. It was very shocking. I still have one last sword technique. Please have a taste. After Chen Zong's sword broke the flying snow, his voice was steady, with traces of coldness and sharpness. It passed through the wind and snow into Lin Weiyin's ears. In an instant, all of his power was gathered. However, Chen Zong did not activate the power of the Taichu sword origin form, because this was not a battle of life and death. Sincerity. He raised his sword and his eyes focused. His mind, will, and all of his power were released in this sword technique. The sword of heart refinement. The moment this sword was slashed out, Chen Zong instantly felt as if he was going to break free from the shackles. Good sword technique. Uncle Rong's eyes flashed. The power of this sword technique has already reached the lesser supernatural power level. However, its potential is not yet exhausted. If it continues to be improved, there is a chance that it can reach the greater supernatural power level. Lin Weiyin's scalp suddenly went numb. Her mind suddenly trembled. She had a frightening feeling as if it was being compressed to the extreme and then torn apart. Avalanche! A delicate shout suddenly sounded, like a thunderbolt tearing apart heavy snow waves, instantly exploding. The third stage of the freezing sky flying snow sword technique. This was also the level that Lin Weiyin had mastered. The sword technique was like the collapse of a snowy mountain. Rumble! The endless snowflakes shattered in an instant. Under the guidance of the sword light, they instantly condensed into torrents. It was like a snowy avalanche, rolling and shaking as it fell from the sky. Violent and domineering. Unstoppable. Destroying everything. This was the power of nature, the power of heaven and earth. In an instant, it made Chen Zong feel how small he was, as if he was fighting against the power of heaven and earth. However, the sword of heart refinement used one's mind as the foundation to condense all of one's power and 10,000 swords into one. At the moment of contact, Chen Zong only felt that the sword he slashed out was instantly shattered, but it also split the avalanche apart. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The impact was too strong. Chen Zong retreated several hundred meters before coming to a stop. The sword returned to its sheath. This battle was over. This battle had truly shown Chen Zong the power of the heavens' prides in the void. The snow dispersed and drifted down. When the dust settled, Lin Weiyin also returned her sword to its sheath. There was no clear winner in this battle. At most, it was a confrontation of sword technique. As for cultivation, not much was used. Of course, only they knew how much cultivation they had used. It was impossible to tell. However, both Lin Weiyin and Chen Zong knew one thing. In this battle, Lin Weiyin won in terms of the grade of her sword technique, while Chunzong won in terms of the attainment of his sword technique. I need a sword technique sparring partner for a year. The price is an incomplete lesser divine power sword technique. I wonder if you're willing? Lin Wayne asked directly. This was her usual way of speaking and doing things. Okay. Chunzong did not hesitate. He thought about it and agreed. Putting aside the fact that he would have to pay the price of learning a lesser Abhijna sword technique, just sparring with Lin Wayne's sword technique would be beneficial to him. She needed him to be her sparring partner, so how could he not be her sparring partner? Of course, the lesser divine power sword technique was also very attractive to Chunzong. Chunzong knew very well that although the sword technique that he had comprehended from the Heart Sutra was very mysterious, it was not at the level of a divine power. The resources of the Tianyuan sacred region were too scarce. There were very few martial arts that were at the level of a divine power. Even if it was only a lesser divine power or an incomplete lesser divine power sword technique. Lin Wayne was a person of her words and acted quickly. She immediately took out a golden jade that was about half the size of a palm and handed it to Chunzong. This is a lesser divine power sword technique that I've obtained before. It doesn't belong to the Lin family. Now I'll give it to you as the price. Lin Wayne handed the golden jade to Chunzong without hesitation. Chunzong took the golden jade and immediately felt an astonishing sharpness emanating from the jade. It was as if it could tear through everything. There was an astonishing sharpness that pressed forward courageously. He looked forward to this lesser divine power sword technique even more. I'll arrange a place for you to stay and a sword training ground, Lin Wayne said again. As the leader of the Flying Snow Pavilion, she did not like to speak superfluous words. She was simply direct, as if she was unsheathing a sword. Chunzong also liked this way of speaking. There was no need to beat around the bush. Just say what was needed. He nodded and turned to leave. Uncle Rong would take care of the accommodations. It was a good treatment. After all, Uncle Rong was an eminent god expert. After Chunzong left, Lin Wayne appeared at the top of the snow mountain again and continued to comprehend. The battle with Chunzong just now made her more aware of the shortcomings of her wintry flying snow sword. She could make up for it and improve it further. She believed that it would be very valuable for her to pay the price of a lesser divine power sword technique for him to be her sword training partner. Chunzong's residence was a courtyard in the Flying Snow Pavilion. It occupied an area of several thousand square meters. There was a bamboo forest planted there. The bamboo forest seemed to be made of green metal and emitted a metallic smell. The bamboo leaves were 1/2 meter long and emitted a sharpness like a sword. The Lin family was a family of swordsmen. They liked to decorate things related to swords. The aura here was very dense. It was different from the chi of heaven and earth and seemed to be more advanced. Chunzong pushed open the door and entered. His eyes lit up when he saw some ancient books. What did he lack the most now? It was his understanding of the void. It was too unfamiliar. Even though he had read a lot of ancient books in the Eternal Battle Fort, he did not have a comprehensive understanding because of time constraint. After all, most of his time was spent on cultivation. Moreover, he was not ready to enter the void at that time. There was still a lot of time before he could break through to the imminent God realm. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to understand it. Chapter 1924. Over the past month, everyone had worked together with the 6th Tao of Samsara. After going through a lot of hardships, we finally managed to get into the top 10. These are the most crucial 2 days. No matter what, we can't let our efforts go to waste. We have to secure our spot in the top 10 and strive to get higher. We have to secure our spot in the top 10 of the monthly votes list and strive to get higher. We have to rely on the 6th Tao of Samsara. Today we'll start with 5 and strive for 6. Tomorrow there will be no less than 10. Let's fight one more time, burn one more time, and strive to get higher. Chapter 1925. Begging for monthly votes to stay in the top 10. I'll give you the first update. Go, go, go. There were not many books, and the content recorded was the basic information of the void. It might not be of much use to others, but it was very useful to Chen Zong. At the very least, it would allow Chen Zong to have a more comprehensive understanding of the void. The vital qi in the world or stars was called the vital qi of heaven and earth. It was suitable for cultivators below the immanent God realm to absorb. It was useless to immanent God realm cultivators. It could even be said that the vital qi of heaven and earth was less useful to cultivators at the peak of the demigod realm. There was also power in the void. It was called the void vital qi. It was essentially the same as the vital qi of heaven and earth, but at a much higher level. It was like the difference between those below the immanent God realm and those in the immanent God realm. Those below the immanent God realm couldn't directly absorb the void vital qi. The town of suppressing world was filled with dense void vital qi, which would make cultivators below the immanent God realm feel restricted. Of course, there was also the rule of the void. The rule of the void was a power higher than the will of the way. There were mysteries of the world in the world, and there were mysteries of the void in the void. There were differences in levels. Some of the void vital qi in the flying snow pavilion had been transformed by the formation. It was diluted layer by layer into a kind of secondary void vital qi that was higher than the vital qi of heaven and earth, but lower than the void vital qi. It was suitable for cultivators at the peak of the demigod realm to absorb. Chen Zong tried using the 8th level of the Taichu sword origin technique. At first, it was a little rough and uncomfortable, but he was soon able to absorb the spiritual qi of the void into his body. Once it was converted, the efficiency was at least 3 times higher than in the Tianyuan sacred domain. His cultivation speed was several times faster than in the Tianyuan sacred realm. In a place like this, he could complete the 8th level of the Taichu sword origin technique in a much shorter time. By then, he could create the 9th level. Once he created the 9th level, he might be able to reach the extreme and condense the flower of qi. It would be at least the advanced level, or even the top level. Of course, it would be best if he could condense the top-level flower of qi. It would be best if all 3 flowers could reach the top level. But sometimes he couldn't achieve it just because he wanted to. He could only try his best to pursue it. Now that he had just arrived, he needed some time to stabilize himself before sending his consciousness into the eternal battle fort. Once his consciousness entered the eternal battle fort, his body would lose the control of his consciousness. He would be like a piece of wood. If someone discovered him, he was afraid of an accident. If he wanted his consciousness to descend on the eternal battle fort again, he needed a relatively safe place. For example, the bewildering light island in the Tianyuan sacred realm was under his control. No one else could enter it, so it was absolutely safe in a sense. Now it was better to cultivate first. Chen Zong took out the golden jade given by Lin Weiyin. With the jade in his hand, traces of sharpness spread out. It was extremely shocking, as if it could cut through his palm. Chen Zong's divine sense moved and instantly sank into the golden jade. First, there was darkness, then a golden light lit up. It was a beam of sword light. The golden sword light condensed into a beam, which was about the thickness of a finger. In an instant, it carried extreme sharpness, piercing through the dark void and disappearing into the distance. It seemed to leave a faint trace, which disappeared in the blink of an eye. In an instant, another beam of golden sword light lit up. Chen Zong saw it. The golden sword light came from the sword in the hand of a person who emitted a golden halo. It seemed like a slash, but also like a stab. It seemed to be a casual attack, but in an instant, it condensed a powerful beam of golden sword light that pierced through the void and tore through the void. What was important was not the technique, but the power condensed in it. The golden sword light pierced through the void and shot out. In an instant, it pierced through Chunzong's divine sense. Chunzong only felt that his divine sense had been penetrated in an instant, but he didn't feel any pain. Instead, there was an explosion of information. Golden brilliant star penetrating sword. Grade, lesser theurgy. Type, sword technique. There were 3 levels in total. Level 1, golden radiance. The information was quite detailed. It allowed Chunzong to directly understand all kinds of information about this lesser theurgy. There are 3 levels in total. I'm only at the first level now. Is it incomplete? Chunzong's eyes flashed. Or do I have to master the first level before I can inherit the second level? It should be the latter. Chunzong thought to himself when he thought of Lin Wei's cold and flawless face. Immediately, Chunzong began to comprehend the first level of the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword technique. As soon as he comprehended it, he was immediately surprised. The mysteries were really unfathomable. If it weren't for his superb comprehension and deep foundation of sword principle, he would probably be in a mess. But now, Chunzong could feel that he was comprehending new mysteries at every moment. This feeling of continuous gains was very wonderful and intoxicating. After some time, Chunzong suddenly woke up. He had completely comprehended the mysteries of the first level of the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword technique, Golden Radiance. What was left was to cultivate and master it. But Chunzong didn't cultivate immediately. Instead, he pondered. After sparring with Lin Wei and comprehending this lesser theurgy, Chunzong discovered something different. There was a difference between the void martial arts and the martial arts of the Tianyuan sacred region. The martial arts of the Tianyuan sacred region first focused on move. There were moves first, and then the momentum and Tao meaning extended from the moves. But no matter what, it couldn't be separated from the category of moves. But the void martial arts were different. It didn't focus on moves, but on the concept. As long as one mastered the concept, one could make any move and do as one pleased. Comparing the two, which was better? It was very straightforward. There was no doubt that the void martial arts was more brilliant. It didn't stick to moves, but only focused on the concept. It condensed a unique momentum and further drew on the mysterious power of heaven and earth, and even the void, to unleash more terrifying power. But after careful consideration, Chunzong also understood something. If one cultivated the void martial arts from the beginning, one would definitely not be able to achieve much, because one lacked a sufficient foundation. For example, if one wanted to build 10 or 20 stories in one go, but did not build a good foundation, it would either be impossible to build, or even if it was built, it would only be an empty frame that couldn't withstand the wind and rain, and would collapse in an instant. If that's the case, the martial arts of heaven and earth are the foundation, while the martial arts of the void are the extension. Chunzong's eyes shone brightly. Of course, this was his own speculation. But Chunzong's guess was not far from the truth. Because thinking back on his cultivation path, at the beginning, he cultivated the basic sword technique. Those were moves and didn't contain any momentum or concept. But as he cultivated, he came into contact with more advanced sword techniques and martial arts, and he continued to improve. Gradually, he comprehended the mysteries of heaven and earth, and comprehended Tao meaning and so on. This was a kind of improvement. Previously, when he inherited the One Heart Sutra and comprehended the One Heart and Sword intent and so on, they had already gradually broken away from the category of moves and evolved towards the level of concept. However, they were not perfect and still needed further optimization. The One Heart Sword technique was even more optimized and had already reached the level of a minor magical power. But Chunzong estimated that it was only equivalent to the first level of a minor magical power sword technique, and there was still potential for improvement. How to improve? It was nothing more than continuing to comprehend, but to do so, he needed to increase his foundation. In terms of the accumulation of the basic martial arts, he was already enough, and even better than many cultivators. But in terms of the accumulation of the void martial arts, he was far from enough, and was only at the beginning. The One Heart Sutra had great potential. It came from the inheritance of the Heavenly Will Palace, a top force in the void of the universe. It was very advanced, and he had only scratched the surface. Therefore, the sword techniques comprehended by the One Heart Sutra also had great room for improvement. Then, he had to further enhance his own accumulation of the void martial arts, and gradually perfect, optimize, and improve. It was as if he had returned to the days when he was still weak, when he was constantly trying his best to comprehend, cultivate, and accumulate. That was the truth. The void was much bigger than the world. It had endless mysteries, and there were many times more experts. Here, he was just like when he had just made his debut. It had been a long time since he had such a feeling. For a moment, Chern Zong could not help but feel a sense of excitement, as if his blood was boiling. This feeling of trembling was not fear, but excitement and excitement. In the Tianyuan sacred domain, other than the supreme experts of the great saint realm, he was the strongest existence, and it was lonely at the top. But in the void, he was like a child who had just started out. Struggle. He enjoyed this feeling very much. It was wonderful to be hot-blooded, to constantly strive, to constantly improve himself, to climb to the peak, and it was a lifelong pursuit. To seek the Tao, one must not die, and one must devote all one's energy to constantly pursue and explore, as long as one's life is eternal, and one's struggle is endless. Chern Zong could not help but think of the teachings of his father, Chern Jingtang, again. Constantly strive for self-improvement. These 4 words had accompanied him since he was a child, and would accompany him forever. Suddenly, Chern Zong somewhat missed his father, somewhat missed his elder sister Chen Chuyun, somewhat missed his younger sister Chen Lan. He did not know when he would be able to return to the eastern continent of the Blue Waves world. He allowed his thoughts to spread without restraint. After an unknown period of time, Chern Zong let out a long sigh, and threw away all his thoughts, and his expression became incomparably determined. Then, my path as an expert of the void will begin from here, and the more profound way of the sword will also begin from this small magical sword technique. Brilliant gold star penetrating sword. A skyscraper rises from the ground. Without taking a few steps, it is impossible to travel 1,000 miles. Now, let's start cultivating. Focus on the idea, not the form. The idea was the artistic conception, and the form was the move. Focusing on the form, not the idea, was the foundation. Focusing on the idea, not the form, was the expansion. One low and one high, they were indispensable, and that was the way of the strong. Then, Chern Zong's foundation was incomparably solid, and even a genius like Lin Wayne could not compare to it. What he needed to improve was the expansion. The first stage of the brilliant gold star penetrating sword, Golden Ray. Within the green gold sword bamboo, Chern Zong pulled out the long sword condensed from the heart sword intent, and closed his eyes with a solemn expression. In the next breath, Chern Zong opened his eyes, and a wisp of golden light, like a sharp sword, instantly shot out, as if it could penetrate everything, and the astonishing sharpness also spread in all directions in an instant. The sword was out. Chapter 1926. Second update. The green gold sword bamboo was a plant that grew in a special star. It absorbed the chi of the earth to strengthen itself. Its body was very tough, even tougher than a 9th-grade sacred weapon. It was very close to the lowest level of a semi-divine weapon. Even with the power of a semi-divine weapon, it was not that easy to destroy it. That was because the body of the green gold sword bamboo was not only tough enough, but also shockingly tough. Its surface was extremely smooth and could naturally dissipate force. Previously, Chernzong had tried to use the Mind Sword will to attack directly with his longsword. Without using any of his own strength, he could only pierce through one sword bamboo. He could clearly feel the resistance. It was a little difficult, and he could not continue to pierce through the second bamboo. However, as soon as he used the first layer of golden light of the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword, he immediately pierced through a bamboo. It was very smooth, as if there was no resistance at all. At that moment, Chernzong even had a feeling that when he used the sword, the restriction from this side of the void had been weakened imperceptibly. It was the same feeling he had when he used the Sword of Heart Refinement. Based on this, Chernzong made a speculation. Supernatural powers corresponded to imminent god warriors. That was a patent, and it also corresponded to the void. Because the conception of supernatural powers involved exceeded the original level. Practicing supernatural powers, even if it was only a minor one, was equivalent to unlocking part of the seal and restriction of the void to a certain extent. It was like a kind of authority. The first level is also divided into the entry level, the completion level, and the completion level. Now it should be the entry level, Chernzong thought to himself. The entry level was definitely not his end point. He had to continue practicing. Emphasizing the idea and not the form did not mean that as long as he mastered the conception, he could completely abandon the move. In fact, the moves had to be mastered. The more profound and solid, the better. With this as the starting point, he could transform into the state of no moves. The so-called no moves did not mean that there were no moves, but there were no fixed moves. It was a living move, not a dead move. Moves were the foundation. Only when the foundation was extremely solid could it be sublimated. Thousands of moves were all in the heart, and all of them turned into the instincts of the body and hands. In an instant, one could rely on instinct to make the most accurate judgment of everything around him, so as to make the most accurate response and perform the most suitable move. He was able to do whatever he wanted with ease. Only by using an incomparably solid move as a foundation and fusing it with a powerful concept would one be able to unleash its might to the extreme. One would not become a brainless brute who only had strength but lacked the corresponding method to unleash it. In a battle, opportunities were often fleeting. There wasn't much time to think calmly. Most of the time, what one relied on was one's own subconscious, a kind of instinct. Turning thousands of moves into instincts was the true path of the foundation. Chernzong didn't lack a foundation at all. He had trained hard since he was a child and had gone through countless life and death battles to hone his skills. Of course, Chernzong would not be complacent because of this. There was no end to Tao, and there were still many things he needed to improve. Chernzong closed the bamboo sword garden and focused on practicing the gold brilliant star-piercing sword. At the very least, he had to cultivate the first level to perfection. This was not a difficult task for Chernzong. In the void, 3 days was equivalent to 30 days in the Tianyuan sacred region. In the green-gold bamboo forest, the wind blew, and the bamboo leaves swayed like sharp blades and rustled. There seemed to be traces of a murderous aura between heaven and earth. Traces of sharpness silently surrounded and condensed around Chernzong's body. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Like a sword tearing through the air, his sword was unsheathed in that instant. The golden light soared through the sky and instantly condensed into the thickness of a chopstick, and it was carefree like a sharp blade piercing through tofu. It pierced through a thigh-thick azure gold sword bamboo, then pierced through a second, a third, and only dispersed when the fourth was almost completely pierced through. This was the destruction caused by the first level of the gold brilliant star-piercing sword without using the power of his own cultivation. The first level of perfection. Chernzong took out the golden jade and probed it with his consciousness again. In an instant, a figure flashing with golden light condensed, and a sword pierced through the air, turning into a thin ray of golden light. Chen Zong's consciousness moved, and he also pierced with his sword. The golden light pierced through the air and both sides dissipated. Then, his opponent raised his sword, and the golden light shone brightly, piercing out in an instant. One sword turned into 2 swords, then 4, 8, and 16. In an instant, 16 rays of golden light pierced through the void like 16 shooting stars. As the light flickered, it became extremely dazzling and difficult to look at directly. Each ray of golden light had the power of the first level of perfection. It was extremely powerful. Chen Zong was hit, and a wave of information flowed into his mind. The gold brilliant star-piercing sword. The second level, radiance. Just as he had guessed, there was a second level after the first level. However, there should not be a third level. After all, Lin Weiyin had said that it was incomplete. He continued to meditate. The second level, radiance, was an extension of the first level of gold brilliant sword. Gold brilliant sword was a direct attack with one sword, while radiance was multiple swords. At the beginning, it was 2 swords, at the beginning 4 swords, at the end 8 swords, and at the end 16 swords. With the first level as a foundation, coupled with his superb comprehension and sword principle foundation, the second level was not difficult for Chen Zong. Meditate, master. Cultivate, master. He struck out. In an instant, the golden light flickered, and turned into 16 dazzling rays of golden light pierced through the void. It was as if 16 long swords had struck out together, and the power was astonishing. With that, he had mastered the second level, radiance, and reached the end. As expected, he lacked the third level. This was something that could not be helped. Chen Zong unsealed the bamboo sword garden. Immediately, Lin Weiyin asked someone to invite Chen Zong over. The battle a few days ago allowed me to have a deeper understanding of the wintry flying snow sword. I wonder how your swordsmanship cultivation is going? Lin Weiyin asked directly, staring at Chen Zong with a burning gaze, and a trace of battle intent filled the air. Why don't you give it a try? Chen Zong smiled. Lin Weiyin's purpose of calling him over was obvious, and that was to spar. It just so happened that he had mastered the second level of the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword and reached the end. He needed a suitable opponent to spar with. Lin Weiyin did not think too much about it. She unsheathed her semi-divine weapon, freezing snow sword, and a dazzling ray of sword light pierced through the air. Snowflakes condensed and filled the surroundings, and a shocking chill invaded the surroundings, freezing everything. This was the first level of the wintry flying snow sword, drifting snow. Snowflakes drifted down, and a chill descended from the sky, freezing the world. Chen Zong struck out with his sword as well, and a golden light flashed, piercing through the void and shattering the drifting snow. Lin Weiyin's eyes lit up. She was the one who gave the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword to Chen Zong. Although he did not cultivate it, he had comprehended it, and recognized it at a glance. In an instant, Chen Zong struck out with his sword again, and 16 rays of dazzling golden sword light went straight for Lin Weiyin. Lin Weiyin was shocked. The second level. It had only been a few days, and he had already mastered the second level of the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword, and reached the end. It was unbelievable, and even she could not do it. Could it be that this person's talent in swordsmanship was above hers? The power of the first level of the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword was similar to that of the heart refinement, but the power of the second level, glitter, was superior to that of the heart refinement. Moreover, unlike the heart refinement, it would not exhaust one's essence, spirit, and all of one's strength. Therefore, in terms of exquisiteness, the heart refinement was still very crude, and could not be compared to a true lesser divine sword technique. Chen Zong was not discouraged. His foundation wasn't strong enough to allow him to create his own lesser divine sword art. He still needed to accumulate more and more glitter. This time, the 16 rays of sword light did not strike at once, but continuously. One sword after another, like a surging wave, it was endless, and the power of each sword was astonishing, and there were no flaws in the connection between them. Lin Wayne suddenly had a feeling that it was difficult to deal with, at least with the second level of the freezing sky flying snow sword. The third level, avalanche. With a swing of the sword, a violent roar shook all directions, raging between heaven and earth, and it was extremely terrifying. The sword light seemed to have turned into a snow mountain, and snow collapsed from the top of the snow mountain in an instant, rolling down with a terrifying power that could destroy everything. Glitter. Chunzong once again displayed the second level of the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword. The 16 rays of sword light instantly shot out, but this time they were not scattered, but under the control of Chunzong, the 16 rays of sword light turned into arcs, and broke through at a speed faster than a straight line. This was Chunzong incorporating the power exertion technique of the heartbeat serial sword technique into it. The 16 rays of sword light in arcs all hit the same point, and the destructive power that exploded in an instant was unparalleled and terrifying. The violent and shocking avalanche was suddenly broken, and there was a feeling that it was all bark and no bite, and disappeared like smoke and clouds. This made Lin Wayne even more surprised. The last time they fought, she had a slight advantage, but this time, she was at a disadvantage. Of course, this was under the condition that she did not use all of her cultivation, but the cultivation that she used this time would not be weaker than the previous time. However, Lin Wayne was confident that as long as she used all of her cultivation, she would definitely be able to defeat her opponent. This was a kind of confidence, but since she wanted to hone her swordsmanship, it was enough to maintain her cultivation at this level. However, with such a cultivation, she was defeated. She was defeated by her opponent's superb swordsmanship. Lin Wayne had also comprehended the second level of the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword, and she knew its mysteries, but there was a big gap between the mysteries that she knew and the mysteries that Chunzong displayed. The swordsmanship seemed to have come alive under her opponent's sword, and it became more delicate and profound. She did not know that this was a kind of control under the heart sword essence. The heart sword essence could control all swordsmanship, and grasp all the mysteries of swordsmanship. Do you have any suggestions for my swordsmanship? Lin Wayne did not feel depressed because of the momentary failure, but instead asked calmly. The foundation of your swordsmanship is not solid enough, Chunzong said after pondering for a while. Hearing this, Lin Wayne immediately pondered, and then looked at Chunzong. Do you have any way to help me improve the foundation of my swordsmanship? Chapter 1927. Third update, monthly vote. Hurry up, there's another update at 5 p.m. Flying Snow Pavilion, in the man-made snow mountain. A ray of sword light was clear and cold. Every time the sword struck, there was a shocking power that could tear and freeze everything. On the other hand, the sword light was unpredictable and unpredictable. If the previous sword was thrusted out like this, the next sword would be executed in a completely unpredictable manner, and the trajectory of the next sword would be completely unpredictable. The clear and cold sword light was unleashed by Lin Wayne, while the sword light that was unpredictable and seemingly all-encompassing came from Chunzong. Suppression. After just 100 moves, Lin Wayne was gradually at a disadvantage, and was gradually suppressed. Now, if Chunzong wanted to, he could even end the battle in 10 moves. This was the first time Lin Wayne had experienced such a feeling. The feeling of being completely suppressed was very sullen, but also very strange. Chunzong looked indifferent and his eyes were deep. Every strike was aimed at the weakness of Lin Wayne's swordsmanship, forcing Lin Wayne to constantly change her moves. In the process, he was perfecting the foundation of her swordsmanship bit by bit. It was as if he was taking a stroll in the garden, casually striking with his sword and pointing at the world. But in fact, Chernzong did not even move his feet. With a sword in hand, the surroundings seemed to have turned into a sword domain. In this domain, everything was under his control. Understated, unhurried, everything was in his palm. Flaw, flaw, flaw. The foundation of Lin Wei's swordsmanship was full of flaws, which were easily found by Chernzong, and then attacked and perfected. This feeling was like an ordinary person walking on a single-plank bridge, with a mountain of swords below. One had to focus all of his mind, or else he would be consigned to eternal damnation if he was not careful. High-intensity concentration consumed a lot of energy. After an unknown period of time, Chernzong suddenly withdrew his sword. Just as Lin Wei was about to strike with her sword, she realized that her mind and vision were shaken. Chernzong's figure seemed to have split into several. She had overexerted her mind and needed to rest. Lin Wei stabilized her body and shook her head gently. She recovered slightly and looked at Chernzong with eyes full of horror. In a duel of the basics of swordsmanship, he was actually completely suppressed by his opponent. Furthermore, he had almost exhausted all of his concentration. If someone had told him this in the past, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. However, the truth was the truth, and he had to admit it. In terms of the basics of swordsmanship, he was no match for the other party. Chernzong's expression was indifferent, but he was actually pleasantly surprised. That was because the exchange of swordsmanship with Lin Wei had unknowingly improved his foundation of swordsmanship, reaching a higher level and realm. With the sword in hand, he felt as if everything within a radius of a few meters around him was under his control, turning it into his sword's domain. Undoubtedly, this feeling was still very subtle and vague. It was at the critical point of faintly discernible. However, Chernzong truly felt that this was a higher level of swordsmanship. It was a higher level after clear sword heart and palm sword will. All along, Chernzong had thought that palm sword will was the pinnacle of swordsmanship. After that, he would have to continuously improve his sword will until it reached the pinnacle and pursue an extremely powerful path. However, it now seemed that this wasn't the case. Palm sword will was a level of swordsmanship. After mastering the sword will, the improvement of the sword will was not directly related to the level of swordsmanship. In Tianyuan Sacred Region, Chernzong didn't find any records related to the level of swordsmanship beyond palm sword will. It was the same in Eternal Battle Fort. Chernzong had once thought that it didn't exist. Until now, in the exchange of swordsmanship with Lin Wei, he had found a trace of opportunity. Although he hadn't really grasped it yet and only had a little bit of it and wasn't stable yet, Chernzong had a kind of enlightenment in his heart. That was a higher level of swordsmanship. This was a great opportunity that he had obtained from Lin Wei. Of course, with his accumulation, there would be a time when he would have a breakthrough. The difference was only a matter of time. Now, the opportunity should be with Lin Wei. Sure enough, she had made him her swordsmanship sparring partner. She had also unknowingly become his swordsmanship sparring partner. It could be said that his gains were definitely greater than Lin Wei's. It was just that Lin Wei didn't know it herself. This was also one of the benefits that he had obtained after entering the void. Indeed, after surviving a great disaster, Chernzong couldn't help but secretly tease himself. Why is there such a big gap between our swordsmanship foundations? After Lin Wei recovered slightly, this was the first sentence that she asked. Her tone was a little anxious. You pay more attention to the magical level swordsmanship, Chernzong answered matter-of-factly. This was the truth. Of course, it wasn't the entire truth. The entire truth should be added to the fact that his swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle of palm sword will and taken a significant step forward. Although this step had just been taken and hadn't really landed, it was still a solid step forward. It was a small step, but the difference was like heaven and earth. This kind of gap was even greater than what he knew in the past. It was a kind of leap, a huge and shocking leap. Although it was only a small difference, it brought about a great change. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for Chen Zong to defeat Lin Wayne with just the foundation of swordsmanship. Chen Zong's words made Lin Wayne fall into deep thought. Thinking back on her cultivation, it was true that after grasping a certain level of swordsmanship foundation, she began to cultivate the secondary magical level swordsmanship. After that, she cultivated the lesser magical level swordsmanship. The strong power made her neglect the foundation of swordsmanship. This was not only her shortcoming, but also the shortcoming of many geniuses. Thinking about it, Lin Wayne suddenly felt that the price she paid for an incomplete lesser magical level swordsmanship was really worth it. Even in a place like the second city of world suppression, the value of a lesser magical level martial art was shocking. Valuable, it was indeed valuable, and it was beyond imagination. Unknowingly, staring at the back of Chen Zong, Lin Wayne gently stroked the hair by her ear and smiled. It was like a snow lotus blooming on the peak of a mountain, blooming with incomparable coldness and beauty. Unfortunately, no one saw it. Suddenly, Chen Zong paused and turned around. Lin Wayne returned to her original cold appearance. With a flash, Chen Zong appeared in front of Lin Wayne. Lin Wayne was secretly shocked. This body movement technique was really mysterious. Miss Lin, Chen Zong stared at Lin Wayne with a calm gaze. His tone was as light and gentle as the wind. Call me by my name. Lin Wayne seemed to smile slightly, and her voice was not as cold as usual. This made Chen Zong slightly stunned, but he still did not call her by her name. Do you know where I can get the lesser magical level martial art? Chen Zong asked again. Lin Wayne's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment, as if she did not hear the name that she longed for. But it was only a trace. Any divine ability martial art is in the hands of various forces. Therefore, if you want to obtain a divine ability martial art, the first way is to join a force. Lin Wayne's cold eyes lit up slightly as she stared at Chen Zong. For example, my Lin family is a mid-tier star-level force, and a family of swordsmen. It is most suitable for sword cultivators to join. My Lin family has one greater magical sword technique, 3 lesser magical sword techniques, 1 lesser magical cultivation technique, 1 lesser magical body movement technique, and 1 lesser magical secret skill. If you are willing to become a member of my Lin family, with your talent, you can directly obtain 1 lesser magical martial art. If you make a great contribution to the family, you can also cultivate other lesser magical martial arts. When you break through to the imminent god realm in the future, you can cultivate the greater magical sword technique. Lin Wayne's words were not without the intention of recruiting. A great divine ability was naturally a divine ability that was more profound than a small divine ability. However, cultivators below the imminent god realm could not cultivate greater magical powers at all. Lesser magical powers were the limit. The Lin family was a mid-tier star-level force. Chen Zong was slightly taken aback. He had already read about the hierarchy of forces in the void from the ancient records, and it was not a secret. Star level, star level, star level. There were a total of 3 levels, and each level was divided into lower, middle, and upper levels. They were called Level 3-9. Of course, Chen Zong did not know how it was divided. The only thing he knew was that star-level forces controlled at least 1 star. Star-level forces controlled at least 1 galaxy. Star-level forces controlled at least 1 galaxy. Stars, galaxies, and galaxies were the composition of the void. Countless stars formed a galaxy, and many galaxies formed a star field. A mid-tier star-level force was actually very low in the overall ranking of forces. However, no force in the Tianyuan sacred region, even the Taishan Holy Palace, was far inferior to a low-tier star-level force. The Lin family controlled at least 2 stars. So, should he join the Lin family? Chen Zong's answer was, No. At least not now. There are other ways, right? Chernzong did not reject directly because Lin Weiyin did not directly solicit him. It was just a hypothetical solicitation. Lin Weiyin could not help but feel even more disappointed. This feeling was very foreign to her, and she was not used to it. There are indeed a few other ways. Shaking off the strange sense of loss in her heart, Lin Weiyin spoke again. The second way is through auctions. Sometimes, some abhijna or martial arts will be lost to others, or appear in auctions for various reasons. However, the probability is not high. The third way is through fortuitous encounters. Fortuitous encounters did not need to be explained. Chernzong immediately understood. It was to obtain the inheritance of some powerful seniors. There is a fourth way. Perhaps Mr. Chern can give it a try. Lin Weiyin's eyes suddenly lit up. Her full and red lips softly spat out 4 words with a strange rhythm. 9 Heavens Imperial Court. 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Chernzong could not help but mutter. He did not understand. 9 Heavens Imperial Court is a tower. It is the tallest building in the Second World Suppressing City. Lin Weiyin's tone changed instantly. There seemed to be a kind of solemnity. Chernzong could hear a trace of seriousness in her voice. The 9 Heavens Imperial Court is divided into 9 levels. It is said that a powerful force built it in the Second World Suppressing City. Not only the Second World Suppressing City has one, the First and Third World Suppressing Cities also have one. Chapter 1928. Fourth update, monthly votes, monthly votes, monthly votes. Joining the Lin family was indeed a good choice, especially for Chernzong, who came from a backward planet and had no background. He could only rely on his own insignificant abilities to fight. However, Chernzong was very ambitious. According to Hua Ji, both the Eternal Battle Fort and the Heavenly Will Palace were the top forces in the void. In this way, the Eternal Battle Fort and the Heavenly Will Palace were Star Sector level forces, or even Upper Star Sector level forces. Compared to the Lin family, which was a mid-level star-level force, they were many times stronger. In the void, joining a force was not just a matter of words. One had to show loyalty, at least on the surface. Only then would others be assured of you and give you resources. Otherwise, why would they give you resources? If Chernzong chose to join the Lin family, he would be branded as a member of the Lin family. He would have this identity for the rest of his life. In the beginning, it would be beneficial for him, but in the future, it would be hard to say. Of course, if there was really no other way, this would be the only choice. However, since there were other ways, Chernzong would certainly try them. He had to consider the current development as well as the future. Show loyalty on the surface? But secretly disapproved of it? No, that was not something he did. His heart would not allow it. The person leading the way to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was Lin Weiyin. When some people in the Flying Snow Pavilion found out that the Pavilion Master, Lin Weiyin, was going to personally bring a young man on a tour of the Second World Suppressing City, they all widened their eyes in shock. One had to know that the Pavilion Master usually kept strangers away, including young men. In the Second World Suppression City, there were many talented young men who admired her, but they were all rejected at the door. Now, the Pavilion Master was actually personally bringing a young man from a remote planet to tour the Second World Suppressing City. The group of people felt that their brains were not enough. Suddenly, they felt that something might be about to happen. Lin Weiyin did not pay attention to these, and neither did Chernzong. A man and a woman walked on an astonishingly wide street. Compared to the wide street and the tall buildings on both sides, they seemed very small. Both of them were dressed in white sword robes. They looked graceful and elegant. Their expressions were calm, as if they were a pair of golden boy and jade girl. However, when someone saw the woman, he was shocked. "Young master, I saw the Pavilion Master of the Flying Snow Pavilion, Lin Weiyin." Beside her, there is an unfamiliar young man. In a shop, someone immediately transmitted a message through divine sense. Follow them and inform me at all times. Soon, a voice rang out in the person's head. The sound ring was a kind of treasure in the void. Its only function was to transmit messages through divine consciousness. Of course, not everyone was qualified to obtain a sound hoop. Its value was not low. At least, Chunzong did not have it. If Chunzong chose to join the Lin family, he would be able to obtain it. Secondly, the main color of the town of Suppressing World was black. Occasionally, there were other colors, but they were mostly dark. For example, dark gray, brown, dark blue, dark red, and so on. Dark colors were used as embellishments, and black was the main theme, creating a solemn and iron-blooded second world suppressing city. Along the way, Lin Weiyin explained things to Chunzong from time to time. As the pavilion master of the Flying Snow Pavilion, she was very familiar with the second world suppressing city. Chunzong went straight to the Flying Snow Pavilion after entering the city. It was his first time going out, and he was very curious. There were tall buildings everywhere. Buildings that were 1,000 meters tall were everywhere. Those were the normal ones, while some were 2,000 meters or even 3,000 meters tall. After a while, Chunzong saw a huge building that stood in the middle of the world suppressing city. It looked like a tall building, but also like a tower. That was the Nine Heaven Palace, the tallest building in the second world suppressing city. It was 9,000 meters tall, even taller than the mayor's mansion. Not only in the second world suppressing city, but also in the first and third world suppressing city. The origin of the Nine Heaven Palace was very mysterious. At least, Lin Weiyin did not know its origin. I am a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Palace's Orange Firmament Heaven. I can recommend you to skip the initial assessment. Standing in front of the Nine Heavens Imperial Palace, Lin Weiyin told Chunzong the reason she had brought him here. The Nine Heaven Palace was a mysterious force. It was also very strange. It did not care about loyalty, and was more like an idol organization. Becoming a member of the Nine Heaven Palace had a different meaning from joining other forces. For example, if he joined the Lin family, then he would be a member of the Lin family. He could not join other forces casually. Of course, if the gap between forces was too big, such as the star level, galaxy level, or even star sector level, there were not many restrictions. However, the brands still existed. This was also the reason why Chunzong was unwilling to join the Lin family. Although he was still very weak, and had just started out in the void, he had great ambitions and was not willing to stay here. In fact, many people in the Second World Suppression City were members of the Nine Heaven Palace. They usually came from various forces, especially the 13 major forces. However, the Nine Heaven Palace was not a place where one could join just because they wanted to. The normal process was to sign up and wait for the initial assessment. After passing, there would be other assessment. Only after passing all of them would one be qualified to become a member. Therefore, from another perspective, the Nine Heaven Palace was also a gathering place for geniuses. If one was recommended by a disciple of the Nine Heaven Palace, they could skip the initial assessment directly and enter the real assessment directly. Generally speaking, the initial assessment was just a selection mechanism. Those who were recommended by the disciples were all geniuses. Therefore, they were qualified to skip the initial assessment directly. Of course, if one was not a real genius, the disciples would not dare to recommend them. Otherwise, their evaluation in the Nine Heaven Palace would be lowered, and even their level would be lowered. It was not easy to level up in the Nine Heaven Palace. After leveling up, one's authority would also increase, and the intangible benefits would be greater. No one would be willing to lower their evaluation. On the other hand, if one could recommend a real genius, the more outstanding his performance, the higher his evaluation in the Nine Heaven Palace, and the easier it would be for him to level up. Lin Wayne thought that Chen Zong could pass the 9 Heaven Palaces assessment and become a disciple, so she recommended him personally. This was beneficial to her and also to Chen Zong. Am I looking at a fake Lin Wayne? Suddenly, a flirtatious yet exaggerated voice sounded. 2 people were walking towards them. A man and a woman. The man was dressed in black. His eyes were cold and sharp like blades. His lips were thin and tightly pursed. His cheeks were thin, his shoulders were broad, his waist was narrow, and his legs were long and slender. When he walked, it was as if a long saber was dragging the ground. There was an indescribable sharpness that kept moving forward, as if he was splitting the wind and cutting the waves. He did not carry a saber, but one could feel that he was an expert in the use of sabers. His saber skills were extremely exquisite. The one who spoke was the woman. The close-fitting and cool fire-patterned breastplate and skirt plate, as well as the arm and leg plates, were dark red in color. The snow-white slender waist that was exposed outside the plate armor swayed gently as she walked, like a water snake. Under the skirt plate was a pair of snow-white, full and round legs. Coupled with a charming face, her eyes seemed to ripple like spring water. Her entire person was like a deadly blooming flower, full of charm. When Chen Zong's gaze fell on her, she seemed to smile at Chen Zong. That smile had an indescribable charm. As her eyes moved slightly, ripples like spring water spread out, and she seemed to be whispering in his ear. Chen Zong was not charmed. His mind was incomparably tough, and under the heart-sword will, he was invulnerable to external evils. Therefore, Chen Zong could see that when the woman's watery eyes fell on Chen Zong, a cold glint flashed across the eyes of the young man in black, as if he wanted to cut Chen Zong into pieces. Lin Wayne, you actually brought someone out. If Chu Shanhe knew, what do you think he would do? The seductive woman spoke again. Chen Zong noticed that Lin Wayne's expression changed slightly. Little brother, what's your name? The seductive woman looked at Chen Zong again. Her smile had an indescribable charm. My name is Lan Yuanmeng. Let me give you a warning. Stay away from Lin Wayne and keep a suitable distance. Otherwise, Chu Shanhe will not let you go. This is a warning. If you don't know where to go, you can come to me. I heard someone talking about me. A slightly deep voice suddenly sounded. It was clear and bright, and vaguely sounded like seagulls flying over the sea and fighting against the huge waves, but also like the tranquility of a mountain spring. The moment the unique voice sounded, Chen Zong sharply caught the flash of impatience on Lin Wayne's cold face, and a tinge of fear in Lan Yuanming's watery eyes. A tall figure in a luxurious purple robe was walking quickly from afar. The way he walked was like a dragon or a tiger moving through the clouds. There was an astonishing power that could trample mountains and rivers and suppress the universe. This was not a cultivation, but a kind of temperament, as if he was born with it. This person looked rather young, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. There seemed to be a hidden light in his eyes, as if there was an astonishing power hidden within. His broad shoulders seemed to be able to support the mountains and stabilize the rivers and mountains. Wayne, I went to the Flying Snow Pavilion to look for you many times, but I was told that you were in seclusion. Why didn't you inform me that you were coming out of seclusion today? I could have prepared a banquet to thank you. The purple-robed young man swept his gaze across. When he saw Lan Yuanmeng and the black-robed young man, he directly swept his gaze past them. When he saw Chen Zong, although he also swept his gaze past him, Chen Zong sharply caught the tinge of sternness that flashed across his eyes. Immediately, the purple-robed young man's eyes fell on Lin Wayne's face. A blazing light was emitted from his eyes, as if the sun was burning, wanting to melt Lin Wayne. This kind of gaze made Lin Wayne frown slightly. She turned slightly to face Chen Zong. This was a kind of instinctive avoidance that originated from the subconscious mind, and also a kind of behavior that originated from the subconscious mind moving in a reliable direction. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.